Chapter 2180. When Zhou Chao saw that Ling Xiao was so stubborn, he could not be bothered with him. He could not wait for Ling Xiao to suffer a little in the upcoming assessment. That way, he would have a chance to rope Ling Xiao in. Stop talking. Do you see this teleportation portal? Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the originally noisy crowd to instantly quiet down. Everyone looked at the blood-red teleportation portal that Shen Chong was pointing at. It looked like a temporary teleportation portal, but they did not know where it led to. Standing beside Shen Chong was a cultivator of similar age, but his cultivation was much stronger than Shen Chong's. He and Shen Chong were probably in charge of this assessment. The deacon, Lin Ruoxian, did not appear. However, Ling Xiao believed that she must be watching this assessment from somewhere. After all, this was the 8 Immortal Mountains entrance assessment. The level of the disciples was related to the future development of the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was impossible for the 8 Immortal Mountain to ignore this. What's behind the teleportation portal? Someone could not help but ask. Good question. This blood-red teleportation portal leads to a bandit's lair. Although most of the 8 Immortal City is very peaceful, there are many mountain bandits because there are many barren mountains and ridges. These mountain bandits are not ordinary people. They are powerful cultivators like you and me. Moreover, they have been through hundreds of battles and kill without batting an eye. They are extremely ferocious. The place you will be teleported to is the Bloody Cave Stronghold. The first head of the Bloody Cave Stronghold has reached the half-step Yin-Yang Realm level 8. The second head is slightly weaker, only at the 6th level. In the Stronghold, the weakest person is at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. They have a total of 1,368 people. What you need to do is to eliminate this group of mountain bandits. As soon as he said that, many of the 120 contestants sucked in a breath of cold air. Clearly, they were a little scared. If you're afraid, then scram. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal Mountain will not be responsible for your death. Shinchong snorted and said, for example, a kid from a remote town. It was not easy for your mother to give birth to you. Don't treat your life as a joke. If you really die, there won't be a second chance. Ling Xiao knew that Shinchong was mocking him. However, he was disdainful. Killing bandits was nothing. When he, Ling Xiao, had single-handedly killed an army of hundreds of thousands, this Shinchong was still crying somewhere. I give up. I give up too. Before the test even began, there were already 30 people who had given up. The original 120 people had been reduced to 90 in an instant. A bunch of trash. Cowards. You'll never be able to achieve anything great in martial arts. The one who spoke was another young martial artist standing beside Shinchong. The remaining people aren't going to give up, right? Very good. You're all very good. Now, let's enter the teleportation array. There was still half an hour left before the teleportation array would be activated. In this half an hour, you have to kill as many bandits as possible. The bandits of the Bloody Cave Stronghold all cultivated a type of evil martial art. Their bodies would condense a black devil seed. Kill them and take out their demonic seeds. Each demonic seed would be worth 1 point. If someone could kill the first boss, it would be worth 100 points. If the second boss was killed, it would be worth 50 points. Do you understand? At this time, Zhou Yin came to Ling Xiao's side and said in a low voice, Kid, did you hear that clearly? We're here to kill real bandits, not demonic beasts or puppets. If you're not careful, you might even lose your life. Hurry up and give up. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to regret it. I'm not giving up. Ling Xiao just shook his head lightly. He was too lazy to explain too much. If you're not willing to give up, then team up with me. I can guarantee that you won't be killed, but you have to give me all the demonic seeds you get. Zhou Yin finally revealed his foxtail. He was so kind to persuade Ling Xiao, but in the end, he just wanted to use Ling Xiao. These martial artists from the big clans probably didn't treat the small town's martial artists as humans. They treated them as tools that could be used and discarded at any time. Get lost. If you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you. If it was something else, Ling Xiao wouldn't have cared. He would have pretended not to hear it. However, Zhou Yan's words already made him want to kill. What did you say? Zhou Yan acted as if he didn't hear Ling Xiao's words clearly and asked again. I told you to get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Zhou Yin. Although he didn't release any killing intent, the coldness in his eyes still made Zhou Yin mistakenly think that he was confronting a terrifying beast. Good boy, you're really a dog-biting Lu Ranxian. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I helped you with good intentions, and you actually said that. I hope you don't get left alone later. Otherwise, you'll be very miserable. With a cold snort, Zhou Yin turned and left. Looking at Zhou Yan's back, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. What bullshit Shin clan and Zhou clan? Do you really think I'm afraid? Hee, you're really a troublemaker. The matter between us hasn't been resolved yet, and you actually dare to provoke Zhou Yin. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao didn't need to look to know that it was Shun Shi's voice. Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Do you want me to kill you before you know how to be afraid? Ling Xiao said coldly. Boy, don't be so arrogant. There aren't many tests in this 8 immortal mountain. There are only 2 tests. If you're lucky enough to pass the first test, then I'll kill you in the second test. Shin Shi gritted his teeth and said, Then you'd better be careful. Don't lose your life in the first test. Ling Xiao glanced at Shun Shi indifferently. He had already thought about it. The first test was the most suitable for killing. If Shun Shi really didn't know what was good for him, then he didn't mind killing him in the first test. Anyway, the rules said that life and death were up to fate. Whether it was Shun Shi, Zhou Yin, or even other competitors, they would probably try their best to eliminate others. Therefore, this test might actually be more difficult than the second test. The second test was a face-to-face confrontation. There was also a referee present, so it wasn't good to play tricks. But in the first test, a lot of shady means could be used. However, this was convenient for others, but for Ling Xiao, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The first test began. At this time, Shin Chong issued an order. 90 young martial artists fought to be the first to rush to the transmission array. It seemed that if they went in first, they would be able to get the demon seed first. But they really underestimated the bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. They weren't puppets, nor were they monsters. They were ferocious and cunning bandits. Ling Xiao waited for the 89 people in front of him to go in, but he still didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Boy, now that you're afraid, there's no way to withdraw, Shin Chong said with a sneer. Who told you that I'm afraid? Chapter 2181. Ling Xiao glanced at Shin Chong indifferently and said, If I didn't guess wrongly, among these 90 martial artists participating in the test, there must be a spy from the Bloody Cave stronghold. Are you sure you want to continue this test? Of the 89 people who went in previously, I'm afraid that quite a few have already been killed or injured. What nonsense. If you don't dare to go in, then don't talk nonsense. Shin Chong glanced at Ling Xiao disdainfully, his eyes revealing contempt and impatience. The other martial artist who was with Shin Chong also just looked at him indifferently, seemingly not believing what he said at all. Fine, if you don't believe, then don't believe. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and lifted his foot to step into that blood-red teleportation array. Huff, just as he entered, a bone-piercing cold wind assaulted him. Ling Xiao could not help being stunned for a moment. Looking around, only then did he realize that this place was actually covered in thick snow everywhere. The Bloody Cave stronghold actually made their nest in this kind of place. They really knew how to choose. The cold wind was bone-piercing. The snowflakes were swept up, filling the sky with snow white. However, some of the dark red in between appeared so dazzling. Ling Xiao frowned and quietly hid his body in the darkness, leaving only a faint layer of shadow. Anyway, this place could not be monitored even if the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to. Therefore, even if he used the Shadow Step, it would not matter. At the same time, he also equipped himself with the Shadow Armor. Not only could it increase the stealth effect of the Shadow Step, but it could also increase defense. He saw very clearly that the dark red just now was human blood. But the strange thing was that there were no corpses. There were only blood drops scattered on the snow. Ling Xiao carefully observed for a moment. Indeed, a massacre had just unfolded here, and the scene was very tragic. He estimated that as many as 4 or 5 examinees were killed. It seemed that the strength of this batch of examinees was still very strong. They clearly fell into the Bloody Cave Stronghold's trap and could actually still escape. What a strong smell of blood! Ling Xiao walked forward for a distance. The bone-piercing cold was also unable to bring him the slightest bit of harm. Just the shadow armor alone could dispel a large amount of cold for him. Adding on the protection of essence power, it was basically impossible for him to be frozen. If an ordinary half-step in Yang Realm martial artist came here, they would have to constantly expend their internal energy to expel the cold qi. The Blood Cave Stronghold had chosen this place for their base because they had considered this aspect. He suddenly sped up and rushed in the direction of the smell of blood. After about 500 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He didn't expect that there would be hunters living in the wilderness. There were a few thatched cottages in the dense forest. At that moment, however, there were no signs of life within the thatched cottage. Over 10 corpses were strewn on the ground. Surprisingly, some of them were the examiners that Ling Xiao had seen before. The way they died was extremely strange. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry, and their bodies had turned into shriveled old bark-like things. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, which allowed him to identify the corpses, he probably wouldn't have been able to tell that some of the corpses belonged to the examiners. Every one of their expressions was extremely terrifying. All of them had their eyes and mouths wide open, as if they had seen something extremely horrifying. Was it done by the Blood Cave Stronghold? Ling Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Such cruel bandits were actually used as an entry test. This 8 Immortal Mountain was really not easy to enter. He squatted on the ground and carefully examined the footprints on the snow. It was obvious that the martial artists who killed these people had good movement techniques. They could simply walk on the snow without leaving a trace. However, during the flight, they still needed to take a breath, so there would be footprints after about 50 meters. There are quite a lot of people. They might be from the Blood Cave Stronghold. I wonder where the other examiners went. Forget it. I can't care so much. Even if it's not an assessment, there's nothing wrong with killing these evil bandits. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a good person, he still had some thoughts of getting rid of evil for the people. Anyway, it was just along the way and wouldn't take up too much time. According to his judgment, this group of people shouldn't have left for long. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment had just begun. If there were examiners killed here, it definitely wouldn't have been long. Ling Xiao broke through the air and flew in the direction of the footprints. After flying for a short while, a fortress-like city appeared in front of him. Blood Cave Stronghold. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 blood-red words above the city gate tower. Naturally, he knew it very well. This Blood Cave Stronghold was built on the mountain. There should have been buildings originally, but the bandits of the Blood Cave Stronghold had added on later. There seemed to be only one way to go from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of him. Ling Xiao saw a blood-red figure suddenly fly out from the thick snow and grab the examiner who had followed him. In just an instant, the examiner died, and his blood was quickly sucked into the body of the blood-red figure. At this time, Ling Xiao could see the appearance of the bandit clearly. He was wearing a blood-red robe. He had a skull mask on his head. He couldn't see his appearance clearly, but his skills were not bad. Moreover, this was their territory. This allowed them to appear and disappear unpredictably, which was extremely unfavorable to the examiners. Of course, the examiners were not to be trifled with. At this time, there were already people who had killed several bandits and obtained the demonic seeds in their bodies. The demonic seeds were pitch black. Compared to the demonic seeds that Ling Xiao had swallowed before, it was far inferior. However, it should still be beneficial to his cultivation. He didn't know what the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted these things for. Outside the Blood Cave Stronghold, almost all the examiners had gathered. However, Shunshi and Zhou Yin were not among them. It seemed like they were planning to attack. On top of the Blood Cave Stronghold city gate, a person wearing a blood-red robe and blood-red armor walked out. Vigorous elemental energy wandered around his body and actually turned into a blood-red mist. He was different from ordinary people. His 2 canine teeth were especially long and actually grew out of his mouth. As long as he ruthlessly bit down, He could bite through the enemy's protective elemental energy and pierce into the enemy's body to suck their blood. This person floated in midair and looked coldly at the 80-odd examiners below. Beside him, over 1,000 bandits appeared. Some were on both sides of the mountain path, while others were on top of the city wall. However, their overall strength was stronger than what the 8 Immortal Mountain had described. The 8 Immortal Mountains people said that the lowest cultivation of this group of bandits was at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm, while the highest cultivation of the bandit leader was at the 8th level of the half-step Yin-Yang realm. However, the situation now was different. Ling Xiao could clearly see that the lowest cultivation of this group of bandits was at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. As for the 5th level of the half-step Yin-Yang realm, there were more than 100 of them. The person floating in midair should be the bandit leader. His cultivation was not at the 8th level, but the 10th level. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 2182. The improvement of the Bloody Cave Stronghold's overall strength and their advantage in numbers made this examination a tragedy. This made the examinees gloomy. We're finished. We're too few. We're no match for them. One of the examinees suddenly held his head and screamed. He turned around and ran away. However, after running for dozens of steps, several blood-red figures suddenly jumped out of the snow and killed him on the spot. They carried the body up the city gate tower. The Great Master grabbed the body, sucked the blood dry, and threw it down the city gate tower. Ha ha ha! The first task of the 8 Immortal Mountains annual examination is to eliminate the bandits. I knew this day would come, so I was prepared. Although the information the 8 Immortal Mountain got about us is true, it's always lagging behind. This time, they actually sent so many precious supplements. Each of you is a talented young genius. Unfortunately, you're all going to die here today. The Great Bandit Master laughed very proudly. He had made a lot of preparations for this day. Not only did he send spies to the 8 Immortal Mountain, but he also bribed the people of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Is there anyone called Ling Xiao among you? The Great Master suddenly asked. Yes, but he's not here now. He's probably dead. Someone answered. Humph, he got off easy. The Great Master snorted and waved his hand. Kill. The half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivators will belong to me and second brother. The rest will belong to you. Kill. The bandits shouted excitedly. They didn't plan to defend the city. Instead, they planned to fight and kill all the poor examinees. After all, they had the upper hand. If they still hid in the city, the enemies would probably escape. Soon, the bandits formed a tight encirclement and surrounded the 80 examinees. The cold wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. It made people feel very uncomfortable. The 80 examinees looked terrible. At this moment, they only had one way to go, and that was to kill their way out. Because their retreat had been blocked, and there was an ambush in the snow, they could only fight if they didn't want to die. Brothers, what are you afraid of? We are all geniuses with extraordinary talent. Among us, there are even martial artists who have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Are we just going to wait helplessly for death? Suddenly, a young man stood out from the crowd. He appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, but his gaze was cold and steady. He should be a martial artist who has entered the samsara realm. Ling Xiao secretly guessed. Martial artists who had entered the samsara realm could not be seen on the surface, unless you had lived with them and knew that they grew very fast. Otherwise, on the surface, there would be no difference between them. That's right. Although we have fewer people, our overall strength is stronger than those bandits. We're not afraid that we won't be able to kill our way out. Another person stepped forward. That was true. There were 84 examinees left, and 60 of them were at half-step Yin-Yang realm level 6. 5 of them were at the 8th level. There was also one who had reached the 10th level of strength and was on par with the bandit leader. Such combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. After these people's shouts, the originally panicked crowd suddenly calmed down. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. These youths were not bad. If it were an ordinary person who suddenly encountered such a big change, they would be so flustered that they would not be able to find their bearings. Just as a life-and-death battle was about to begin, a terrifying aura suddenly swept over. A Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A figure wearing a white goose feather cloak descended on the city walls of Blood Cave Stronghold. This person was a man who looked more feminine than a woman. He was not old, probably in his early 20s. He was holding a goose feather fan in his hand and was fanning himself on this cold day. Blood Cave Stronghold has done many evil things. You are unlucky to have met me today. The man's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the thousands of bandits with a smile. There was no fear on his face, only indifference and disdain. The leader of Blood Cave Stronghold cupped his hands and said, "Who are you? Do you want to interfere with our Blood Cave Stronghold's matters?" Although he sensed that the other party was not ordinary, he was not afraid because the Blood Cave Stronghold had a backer. "I am Imofeyu of Eight Immortal Mountain. If you die, remember my name. Don't be a confused ghost." After saying that, he suddenly waved the goose feather fan in his hand. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying cold wind actually formed a huge white lion behind him. The lion was covered in ice and snow. The cold air between heaven and earth was dense. Roar! The white lion let out a terrifying roar and charged at the bandits. The Blood Cave Stronghold bandits, who were known for their cruelty, did not even have a chance to fight back. They were either frozen into ice sculptures or killed by the huge lion. Run! The leader of Blood Cave Stronghold saw that the situation was not good, so he turned and ran. He left no trace in the snow and instantly escaped hundreds of meters away. However, it was useless. The terrifying cold air had already enveloped the entire area. Almost everywhere was covered in terrifying icicles. Originally, the Blood Cave village was surrounded by pure white snow. At this moment, the snow danced in the air. In the snow, there was a lion covered in snow roaring and fighting. It made people feel as if they had stepped into an extremely cold place. Do you think you can escape? If I, Imofeyu, want to kill, no one can escape. With a cold smile, a huge icicle formed behind the leader of the bandits. Then, with lightning speed, it pierced out and nailed the bandit leader to a pine tree. The leader of the bandits was a half-step Inyang Realm level 10 expert. Yet, he could not withstand a casual attack from Imofeyu. In just a few minutes, the snow finally stopped and the lion disappeared. Only corpses were left. More than 1,000 Blood Cave Stronghold bandits, including the leader and second leader, died in his hands. This was what it meant to kill people as easily as flipping one's hand. This person's cultivation is probably even more terrifying than Shenchong and Lin Yang. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Shenchong was at the early stage of Inyang Realm level 1 hell, and Lin Yang was slightly stronger. However, Imofeyu was probably even more terrifying than the two of them combined. However, why did he come here today? Did he not know that the Eight Immortal Mountain was going to test their disciples here? He actually killed all the bandits. What was the point of the test? Haha, Big Brother Feiyu is indeed powerful. We really admire you. Not bad, not bad. With Big Brother Feiyu here, these bandits are nothing. As they laughed, two figures appeared beside Imofeyu. Chapter 2183. Shenshi, Zhou Yun, your first assessment is to get the demon seeds, right? Now that I've killed them for you, you can go and get the demon seeds yourselves. Take as many as you want. Imofeyu obviously knew Shenshi and Zhou Yun, and he also knew the content of this assessment. He did this on purpose. Thank you, Brother Feiyu. Shenshi and Zhou Yun looked at each other and rushed down excitedly. They began to extract the demon seeds from the dead Bloody Cave Stronghold bandits. People from the three big families can go and get them. The others can forget about it. Imofeyu said to the others after Shenshi and Zhou Yun had each extracted about 100 demon seeds. Hearing this, the warriors from the three big families began to extract the demon seeds. The remaining warriors were furious, but they did not dare to show it. Imofeyu was too strong. More than 1,000 bandits could not withstand his attack. If they dared to disobey, they would all die here. You so-called geniuses from a remote town really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Are you qualified to participate in such a test? Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Then, Mo Feiyu looked at the young warriors who came from various towns to participate in the assessment and scolded them condescendingly. Hee, Brother Feiyu is right. However, if you still want to participate in the assessment, I can give you a chance. That is, you can all join the three big families and pledge your loyalty to us. If you are willing to join the Zhou family, I will give you some demon seeds to help you complete the first assessment. In this first assessment, only 20 people can pass the assessment. There are only 10 people from the three big families who participated in the assessment. There are still 10 spots left. The sooner you declare your loyalty, the sooner you can get the demon seeds. Zhou Yun's words were full of temptation. For these warriors from remote towns, their ultimate goal in coming to the Eight Immortals city was to join the Eight Immortals mountain. If they could not even pass the first assessment, then they would have no chance at all. I'm willing. Me too. Soon, dozens of people expressed their willingness to join the Zhou family. Shen Shi was not as good as Zhou Yun in this aspect. He insisted on keeping the demon seeds in his hands and refused to give them away. The Lin family also had a leading young warrior called Lin Yang. This person's cultivation was stronger than Zhou Yuan and Shen Shi, but he was very low-key. He seemed to have no interest in threatening others with demon seeds. Ha ha ha. Looks like you have a lot of people. However, I only need 10 people. Why don't you all fight it out? I, Zhou Chao, will protect the remaining 10. I don't dare to say that in the Eight Immortals mountain, but in the Eight Immortals county, I can let you live a good life. Zhou Yin, this fellow, really treated these martial artists from a remote town as his toys. How could he be so happy? Who? Ling Xiao did not want to get involved in this kind of thing, but he also did not want to be eliminated like this. He originally planned to wait until Mo Feiyu left, and then snatch some magic seeds from Zhou Yin or Shen Shi to pass. Who knew that Mo Feiyu would discover him? In that instant, the snow where he was standing suddenly exploded, forcing him to reveal himself. There was even a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Shen Shi and Zhou Chao both discovered Ling Xiao at the first moment and shouted in unison, Ling Xiao, so it turns out that you've been hiding nearby all this time. However, the two's attitudes were clearly not the same. Shen Shi wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Zhou Yin, on the other hand, smiled and continued, you want to pass, right? You can also choose to fight with them. As long as you win, I'll give you magic seeds. He had a mocking smile on his face, treating Ling Xiao as a puppet that he could manipulate at will. No need. If I'm not wrong, this is not all the bandits in the Bloody Cave stronghold. I'll get the magic seeds that I need. There's no need to trouble young Master Zhou. Ling Xiao could not become someone's puppet. Even if he was not strong enough, it was impossible. Moreover, he was not afraid of Zhou Yin now. Goodbye. Because Mo Feiyu was here, Ling Xiao did not want to fight with Zhou Yin or Shen Shi, so he wanted to leave. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Shen Shi sneered and suddenly leaped up. He instantly approached Ling Xiao and said, do you think you can still leave alive under such circumstances? Brother Feiyu, this kid is the one who humiliated me a few days ago. I have an irreconcilable grudge with him. Can't you kill him? What? Shen Shi, you still want to kill me? Ling Xiao stopped and looked at Shen Shi. Killing intent emerged in his heart. He originally thought that he had taught Shen Shi a lesson that day and did not want to bully this idiot again. Who would have thought that Shen Shi would want to kill him? Kill you? Shen Shi sneered and said, that's right. I want to kill you. A few days ago, you made a fool of me. However, you probably did not expect that I would have good fortune after surviving a disaster. Not only have I recovered from my injuries, but my cultivation has also improved. Now, I'm at half-step Yin-Yang Realm level 6. What about you? Trash will always be trash. You didn't even break through in 7 days. Inferior goods. I'm talking about people like you. Ling Xiao, forget it. Apologize to young Master Shen and let bygones be bygones. Martial artists from small towns like us can't be compared to the disciples of the three big families. Among the examinees, there was a martial artist from a remote town. He had seen Ling Xiao teach Shen Shi a lesson on the road that day. To be honest, he admired Ling Xiao a lot. However, Mo Feiyu was present now. He was afraid that Ling Xiao, whom he admired, would be at a disadvantage, so he stood out and said something. Then, He respectfully cupped his hands towards Shun Shi and said, "Young Master Shun, you are a great person who does not remember the wrongs of a lowly person. The Prime Minister is magnanimous. Now, everyone wants to enter the Eight Immortals Mountain. Maybe we'll become fellow disciples in the future. Can we bury the hatchet? My sister is also a disciple of the Eight Immortals of Eight Immortals Mountain. Even if you don't give me face, can you give her some?" "Get lost." Shun Shi roared and suddenly kicked the young man's neck. Because his cultivation was higher than the young man's, and it was a sudden attack, the young man could not block it in time and was kicked in his vitals. He screamed a few times and was on the verge of death. Looking at the young man who was about to die, Shun Shi said coldly, "Little worm from a small town. You really don't know what you're worth. How dare you plead for him? I think you're going to die soon." "Humph. Your sister is probably just a trash among the Eight Immortals. Do you really think I'm afraid of her? Give her face? Who does she think she is?" Ling Xiao was really surprised. Shun Shi was so vicious. That person only said a few words. Although he was a little arrogant, he did not deserve to die. Chapter 2184. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed over and wanted to heal the boy who was injured by Shun Shi. However, he found that Shun Shi's kick was too ruthless. The boy's neck bones were all broken and his meridians were all broken. If he was not a martial artist, he would have died long ago. With Ling Xiao's current medical skills, it was impossible to cure him. "Brother, I will avenge you." No matter what, this person was a warm-hearted person, even though he did not even know his name. However, he must kill Shun Shi. Help me. Help me take care of my sister." The boy handed his storage ring to Ling Xiao and then stopped breathing. Ling Xiao sighed, stood up and looked at Shun Shi. "You are really sick in the head. Even if you want to kill me, what enmity do you have with him?" "Humph. Those who dare to help you are my enemy. They must die." Shun Shi coldly snorted. "Interesting. Those who have helped me are my friends, Ling Xiao. If you kill my friends, you will also die." Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold light. "Ha ha ha ha. Kill me? What do you have to kill me? 10th Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation? Don't think that just because you defeated me a few days ago, you can really suppress me. Stupid ant, you don't understand what the three big clans mean in the Eight Immortal City." Shun Shi looked up to the sky and laughed. "Today, I will let you lie here like a dead dog. No one will even come to collect your corpse." "Ling Xiao, how about it? Kowtow to me a few times. I can help you stop Shun Shi and save your life." Zhou Yan looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. He just did not like Ling Xiao's arrogance. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao bow to him and become his dog. "Zhou Yan, mind your own business." Shun Shi turned his head and glared at Zhou Yan. He was very unhappy. In terms of cultivation, he might not be stronger than Zhou Chao. In terms of helpers, Mo Feiyu was someone who had accepted the money of the three great clans, so it was impossible for him to be biased. If Zhou Chang really wanted to protect Ling Xiao, then he really would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. Mo Feiyu just stood there and watched, as if he was watching a good show. He was actually enjoying it. As for the others, some of them were worried for Ling Xiao, while some of them were secretly scolding Ling Xiao for his stupidity. Why did he have to offend Shun Shi? As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die. If it were me, I would definitely agree to Zhou Yan's request. Someone said, "As a man, why should I be afraid of death? I can't wag my tail and beg for pity just to live." Some people said the same thing. This time around, there were all sorts of candidates. There were all kinds of people. "You two dogs, do you think that I, Ling Xiao, am a piece of fat meat?" Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and spat out a sentence that made the already cold environment even colder. At that moment, many people felt as if the temperature had dropped by a lot. Ling Xiao was crazy. Everyone thought so. Not only did he offend Shun Shi, but he also offended Zhou Yan. He had already offended two of the three great clans in the Eight Immortal City. Where did he get the confidence to speak like this? Mo Feiyu also looked at Ling Xiao with interest. He seemed to find it very interesting. It had been a long time since someone dared to provoke the three great clans like this. He remembered that about 5 years ago, there was such a person who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old. If that little girl was not saved by Lin Ruoxian, she would have been thrown to the docks. He did not believe that Lin Ruoxian would save this person. Even if Lin Ruoxian did, he would stop him. After all, he had received money from the 3 great clans. He could not let the 3 great clans vent their anger. You can't show your face. Even if you die today, this young master will not say another word. Zhou Yin was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Ling Xiao and wished that he could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Shen Shi was even more furious. You said that I am a dog? You dare to call me a dog? I think you really want to die so much that you have gone crazy. A terrifying aura was brewing in Shen Shi's body. The crazy storm martial spirit behind him was completely released. His aura was indeed much stronger than 7 days ago. The dog is noisy again. It is really annoying. Ling Xiao used his pinky to pick his ear and then blew it and said indifferently. His indifferent tone made Shen Shi even more furious. Go die for me. Shen Shi originally wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, Zhou Yin interfered. At this moment, he released the attack that he had prepared long ago. Both of his hands blasted out. The terrifying Storm Eagle let out a sharp whistle and attacked Ling Xiao. This Storm Eagle was even more ferocious than 7 days ago. It was more powerful and faster. This attack caused the thick layer of ice under his feet to crack. The snow was also swept up by the wind and flew more than 10 meters high. A terrifying killing intent was released from the Storm Eagle. He showed no mercy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There was no other goal. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not even use the immortal seal. He took out his iron sword, and a terrifying starlight descended from the sky. It was not the falling star sword art, but the falling star sword art. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the initial half-step yin-yang realm. He could easily crush Shen Shi. Even if his martial skills were inferior, he could still win. A terrifying sword chi blossomed from the iron sword, releasing a murderous aura that made everyone feel a chill. When the sword aura came into contact with Shen Shi's Storm Eagle, it immediately gained the upper hand. It was like the tip of a needle against a balloon. The pitiful Storm Eagle was instantly torn to pieces by the sword aura. Then, the sword pierced through Shen Shi's throat. Shen Shi was pierced through by the iron sword like a stick of candied fruit. He was on his last breath. Ling Xiao deliberately left this for him. He defeated Shen Shi with 1 strike. Seeing this, the examinees looked as if they had seen a ghost. Moreover, the cultivation that Ling Xiao showed was not at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. He was at the 3rd stage of the half-step yin-yang realm. However, his combat strength was even more terrifying than Shen Shi's. Zhou Yin was waiting for Ling Xiao's tragic death so that he could mock him. However, when he saw Ling Xiao pierce Shen Shi's throat, he was so scared that he did not dare to say anything. He was at the same cultivation level as Shen Shi. Since Ling Xiao could kill Shen Shi, it would not be a problem for him to kill him. Oh no, I was too careless. I didn't expect this kid to be so much stronger than Shen Shi. Mo Feiyu was also stunned. He originally thought that even if Ling Xiao had some hidden strength, he would at most be on par with Shen Shi. But he never expected that the final result would be that Shen Shi was killed with only a single breath left. You! Shen Shi looked at Ling Xiao in horror and felt the sharp pain in his throat. He could not even make a sound. He could not believe it. His cultivation level had increased. How could he be defeated more decisively than the last time? This was impossible. This was definitely not happening. This must be a dream. Yes, a dream. Chapter 2185. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Shi coldly and said, Shen Shi, you think I'm no longer your opponent after you broke through. But let me tell you, anyone that I, Ling Xiao, have defeated is no longer qualified to be my opponent. You want to kill me? But now you're the one who's dead. You asked for it. You can't blame anyone else. Stop. Mo Feiyu roared, and then rushed over. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, pulled out his sword, and threw Shen Shi's body to him. Anyway, there was no chance of saving Shen Shi. Big brother Feiyu, kill him. Kill this kid. Zhou Yin suddenly shouted like a madman. He thought of how he humiliated Ling Xiao before, and knew that Ling Xiao would not let him go. And he was no match for Ling Xiao. So he could only borrow Mo Feiyu's power to kill Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A sword light broke through the snow and stabbed towards Zhou Yan. Fortunately, he was far away. Zhou Yan screamed and rolled a few times on the ground like a donkey. Finally, he hid behind Mo Feiyu and avoided the tragedy of being killed. But his arm had been chopped off. I didn't kill you, but you let others kill me. Zhou Yan, you're courting death. Although Zhou Yan had insulted Ling Xiao several times, Ling Xiao did not want to lower himself to this idiot's level. But who knew that this guy would let Mo Feiyu kill him? At this point, how could Ling Xiao let him go? Enough. Mo Feiyu stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He did not move, but only shouted. The terrifying snow blasted towards Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was forced back dozens of steps before he could stop. His blood boiled, and it made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. So strong. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Feiyu and could not help but be shocked. This Mo Feiyu was really much scarier than Shinchong. If it was Shinchong, he could still use the diabolical dragon seal to deal with him. However, the terrifying aura released by Mo Feiyu was something he could not resist at all. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao secretly released his Gemini martial spirits, allowing them to escape first. He did not rule out the possibility that Mo Feiyu wanted to kill him to avenge Shenshi. With his current cultivation, he was no match for Mo Feiyu. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. Now, he had killed Shenshi. As for Zhou Yan, he had cut off one of his arms. He probably had no future. What he did in the Eight Immortals County was really spectacular. However, it did not weaken the awe-inspiring aura he had before he entered the cycle of reincarnation. Reverse yin and yang. Death is life. Life is death. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about this, he suddenly heard Mo Feiyu's voice. He looked up and saw that Mo Feiyu had already reattached Zhou Yan's arm. It was unharmed. Although Shenshi could not be saved, Mo Feiyu would definitely not let Zhou Yan's arm be broken. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the three big families. You're Ling Xiao, right? After healing Zhou Yan's arm, Mo Feiyu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. There was no hatred. He was just doing something for someone else. He merely treated Ling Xiao as a target for him to claim credit for himself. That's right. Hee, you're quite capable. If you keep a low profile, you might have a good future. It's a pity that you shouldn't have killed Shenshi. Since you killed Shenshi, I won't be able to answer to the Shin family. Since you took money from others, I have to kill you. Mo Feiyu said with a chuckle. You violated the rules of the Eight Immortals Mountains assessment, helped the three big families, and now you want to kill me. Are you really not afraid of being punished by the Eight Immortals Mountain? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's a good question. I'm not afraid. Mo Feiyu said disdainfully, because I'm a genius of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Everything I do can be forgiven. What a genius. Ling Xiao now understood. The various sects of the mystic world were actually more or less the same. Genius cultivators were always protected, valued, and even forgiven by their respective forces. No matter what mistakes they made, they could be forgiven. And a person with poor aptitude could be killed even if he made a small mistake. This was the reality. Mo Feiyu had never taken Ling Xiao seriously from the beginning. He still didn't. Even if Ling Xiao killed Shenshi and injured Zhou Yan, it was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. Are you done with your questions? Mo Feiyu asked proudly. Yes. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Gemini martial spirits. Mo Feiyu looked at him coldly and then gently waved the goose feather fan in his hand. Ling Xiao's body was pierced by a huge icicle and then fell to the ground, but there was no blood. Mo Feiyu was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect this kid to know some crooked tricks. He escaped. He really didn't expect this, because he had never taken Ling Xiao seriously and thought that it would be easy to kill Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao escaped. This made him both surprised and displeased. After a long time, he sneered. Fine. I guess you won't dare to return to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Even if you come back, you will die without a doubt. After saying that, he coldly glanced at the remaining warriors from the small town and said, I'm very unhappy today, so you can all run away. The last 10 people who can survive, I can reward them with demon seeds and let them pass. Run. As soon as Mo Feiyu finished speaking, The martial artists rushed out and ran in different directions. Of course, many of them went directly to the transmission array. In their opinion, as long as they stepped into the transmission array, it didn't matter if they were eliminated, as long as they could survive. This Imofeyu was simply a madman. There was no reasoning with such a person. Zhou Yin also went to the transmission array. The other people from the three big families also left. They didn't dare to stay. Imofeyu couldn't kill Ling Xiao, so they were worried that Ling Xiao was still here. If Imofeyu left and Ling Xiao came back to kill them, they didn't have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. Where is Shun Shi's demonic seed? Before Zhou Yin left, he wanted to take out the demonic seed that Shun Shi put in his storage ring. Who knew that Shun Shi's storage ring was gone? Ling Xiao. That damn Ling Xiao. Zhou Yin looked around. It was as if every movement was Ling Xiao's shadow. He was so scared that he quickly ran out. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He ran to a place where Imofeyu couldn't find him and sat down cross-legged. The pressure when Imofeyu attacked made him feel the threshold of the intermediate half-step yin-yang realm. He decided to go back after breaking through. After all, only half an hour had passed, so he wasn't in a hurry. Now that he killed Shin Chong definitely wouldn't let him go. Imofeyu probably wouldn't let him go either. The Shin family and Zhou family of the three big families would find trouble with him. Therefore, he had to become stronger and join the Eight Immortals Mountain. Chapter 2186. Imofeyu, do you think I'm just a fish on your chopping board that you can make into a dish at any time? Just you wait. I'll not only defeat Shin and Zhou Yuan, but also Shin Chong and you. I'll trample on your arrogance. Genius? You're not worthy at all. Ling Xiao had seen too many geniuses. Even his former enemies, Tian Hai Tyranny and Feng Fei, were more talented than Imofeyu. Imofeyu was nothing. Why would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid? He sat there cross-legged as the grotto heaven energy in his body continuously attacked the next cultivation level barrier. Feeling the pressure from Imofeyu, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit grew stronger. After repeatedly attacking for a full 10 minutes, he finally broke through. First revolution, half-step yin-yang realm, mid-level strength. In terms of cultivation level, it was equivalent to a 6th level cultivation. However, he was much stronger than an ordinary level 6 martial artist. Of course, even with his current cultivation level, he had no chance of winning against Imofeyu. But Ling Xiao could see that Imofeyu and the others had already left. He was the only one left in this vast snowfield. Oh right, there were also the corpses of the examinees that Imofeyu had chased down and cruelly killed, as well as the corpses of the bandits. He slowly stood up and looked at the 2 storage rings in his hands. One of them belonged to the youth whose name he didn't even know. There should be clues about his sister inside. He opened the storage ring and checked it. Besides some spirit stones, there was also a portrait. The person in the portrait was delicate and pretty. One could tell at a glance that she was a beauty, but she was too young. He guessed that she was only 11 or 12 years old. The girl's name was next to the portrait, Feng Ru. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of your sister while we're at 8 Immortal Mountain. But there's no way in the future. After all, I can't stay here forever. Ling Xiao put away the storage ring. Then he checked Shan Shi's storage ring. Besides a large amount of spirit stones, there were 500 demon seeds. Ling Xiao felt that it was too wasteful to give all of this to 8 Immortal Mountain. He planned to go out and check out the situation later. As long as he handed in enough demonic seeds to pass the test, he could use the rest to improve his cultivation. Seeing that it was about time, he walked in the direction of the teleportation portal. At this moment, at the eastern pass of the 8 Immortals County, there were already many people resting there. Almost everyone's face was filled with the fear of surviving a disaster. Imofeyu, that madman, was even more ruthless than the bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Of the 90 candidates who went in, only 30 came out alive. Most of them were killed by him. Lin Mao frowned. Looking at the situation of these people, he could not help but ask Shin Chong, could it be as Ling Xiao said, that these people were ambushed by the bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold? This Lin Mao was the young man who was in charge of this assessment together with Shin Chong. Shin Chong shook his head and said, maybe, but that is also part of the assessment. He didn't seem to care about the life and death of these people. In any case, the young martial artists of the three great clans had already come out, and they seemed very excited and confident. As for those martial artists in remote towns, he was completely indifferent to them. He was most concerned about his younger brother, Shinshi. It was almost time for the blood-red teleportation array, but Shinshi still hadn't come out. Brother Shin, you don't have to wait for Shinshi. He's already dead. Zhou Yin suddenly stood up and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shinchong asked angrily. "I'm not talking nonsense." Shinshi was despicably plotted against by Ling Xiao and died in the Bloody Cave stronghold. Even the demon seed he obtained was snatched away by Ling Xiao. Zhou Yin said loudly, "What?" Shinchong was furious. "Where is he?" "I don't know about that. Maybe he died in there." Zhou Yin couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die in there. That way, he wouldn't have to worry. In fact, he was also puzzled. Mo Feiyu had clearly killed Ling Xiao, but he insisted that Ling Xiao was not dead. It seemed that Brother Feiyu had made a mistake. That's right. How could a martial artist from a remote town be so strong? Even if he could kill Shinshi, it was impossible for him to survive Mo Feiyu's attack. Damn be **starred. He better die in there. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Shinchong roared angrily. In fact, the examinees all knew what the truth was, but some of them didn't dare to say it, and some didn't want to say it. Anyway, it was none of their business. The martial artists from the three major clans looked coldly at the gradually disappearing transmission array. They couldn't help but sneer secretly. That Ling Xiao's strength is not bad, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to behave. It's fine if he offended Shinshi, but he even offended Zhou Yin and Mo Feiyu. Isn't he courting death? When they came out, Mo Feiyu hadn't come out yet. Therefore, they believed that Ling Xiao must have been killed by Mo Feiyu since he hadn't returned yet. With Mo Feiyu's personality, he would never allow anyone who offended him to live. This genius from a remote town was going to die here. That kid is really lucky. He actually died in there. Shinchong gritted his teeth and stared at the transmission array that was only left with a faint red color. He was really unhappy. Ling Xiao killed his brother. He should have killed him with his own hands. It was too easy for him to die in the hands of bandits. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the faint red transmission array. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the transmission array. The appearance of this figure caused everyone to be quite shocked, especially the people from the three major clans. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could actually come out alive from Mo Feiyu's pursuit. What was even more unbelievable was that since he was alive, he should have escaped. How dare he come out? One had to know that Mo Feiyu wasn't the only one who wanted Ling Xiao dead. Shinchong also wanted him dead. If Ling Xiao came out, it meant that he was dead. Was this guy stupid? Zhou Yin couldn't help but shiver. Ling Xiao's cold gaze made him feel uncomfortable. However, when he saw Shinchong, he was relieved. With Shinchong here, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, this was the Eastern Pass, the territory of the Eight Immortals Mountain. If Ling Xiao dared to casually kill people here, he would definitely not be tolerated. What a lucky guy. You actually hid until now. However, do you think you can join the Eight Immortals Mountain just because you came out? What you'll face next is Shinchong's anger. Zhou Yin snorted coldly and gradually calmed down. When Ling Xiao stepped out of the red transmission array, he felt a terrifying killing intent coming towards him. Of course, he knew who this killing intent came from. He turned his head coldly to look at Shinchong and then smiled indifferently. There was a dog who wanted to die and wanted to bite me, so I killed him. Chapter 2187. The dog is dead. Do you want to take revenge by beating a dog? Ling Xiao looked at Shinchong with contempt. You're courting death. Shinchong obviously knew who Ling Xiao was talking about. This guy killed his brother and even dared to call his brother a dog. This was intolerable. Junior brother Shin, bear with it. Don't do anything here. Just as Shinchong was about to lose control of himself, he was stopped by Lin Mao. Shinchong immediately calmed down. If there was no one around, he could kill Ling Xiao, but this was the territory of the Eight Immortal Mountain. As the examiner of the first round, if he killed Ling Xiao without permission, he might be able to take revenge, but he would also be finished. After all, he was not a genius like Mo Feiyu. Not everything he did could be forgiven. Kid, just you wait. My brother's revenge won't be forgotten so easily. Shin Chong stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, If you want to die, then do as you wish. But I have to warn you. Even if a dog's teeth are sharp, don't bite it. Otherwise, if you bite a tiger, you will die. Ling Xiao no longer put Shin Chong in his eyes. Although Shin Chong was still a strong opponent, he was much weaker than Mo Feiyu. If he was afraid of Shin Chong, how could he face Mo Feiyu? Now I will announce the results. First, Ling Xiao, you have passed the assessment time, so you are eliminated in the first round. Shin Chong looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. He was the examiner. Ling Xiao dared to offend him. He should just eliminate this guy directly. As long as Ling Xiao could not join the Eight Immortal Mountain, he could kill this guy openly, and the Eight Immortal Mountain would not stop him. Is there something wrong with your eyes or your brain? The teleportation array has not completely disappeared yet, which means that the time has not passed yet. You dare to say that I have passed the assessment time? Do you think that the Eight Immortal Mountain is owned by your family? Ling Xiao looked at Shin Chong as if he was looking at an idiot. This Shin Chong, in order to kill him, must have lost his mind. The rules set by the Eight Immortals Mountain were not something a mere examiner like him could change. Moreover, this was a selection for the Eight Immortals Mountain. Shin Chong must have been so angry that he became muddle-headed. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Shin Chong's expression turned ugly. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. He wasn't the only examiner. Lin Mao was there too. This Lin Mao was usually not on good terms with him. This time, the examiner had purposely arranged for the two of them to be together so that they could restrain each other. Sure enough, Lin Mao's indifferent voice rang out, Junior Brother Shin, I know you're eager for revenge, but he really didn't exceed the time limit. The corner of Shin Chong's mouth twitched a few times, but he eventually shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Seeing that Shin Chong was no longer speaking, Lin Mao took charge of the following matters. Hand over all the demon seeds you've obtained. Those who rank in the top 20 can enter the second round. The rest can go home. Lin Mao said coldly, and then walked to the registration table. Zhou Yin was the first to walk up and handed over 300 magic seeds with a smile. Lin Yang also walked up and handed over 100 magic seeds. These two people had the most magic seeds. The next 8 people were all young warriors from the 3 big clans. The next 10 people were all warriors who had volunteered to be Zhou Yan's lackeys. There was no need to mention them. Among these people, the one who had handed over the most magic seeds was Zhou Yin, followed by Lin Yang. The others basically only had a dozen or so, at most a few dozen. What about the others? Didn't you get a single magic seed? Lin Mao frowned. At present, there were only 20 people who had obtained magic seeds. 10 of them were young warriors from the 3 big clans. The remaining 10 people were obviously following Zhou Yan's lead. They had been bought over by Zhou Yan. There were more than 20 people left. Among them, there were even 3 reincarnation realm warriors. However, none of them had obtained a single magic seed. The 3 of you, are you willing to work with me? Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to do well in the 8 Immortals Mountain, one person was not enough. He needed helpers. And these 3 reincarnation realm warriors were the best helpers. As long as they did not die, they would become reincarnation realm warriors in the future. They would definitely become the pillars of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Why should I work with you? I would rather go to the Heavenly Wind Group than to suffer such humiliation. One of them stood up and turned to leave. He had encountered injustice in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain, but fortunately, there was still the Heavenly Wind Group. Ling Xiao did not stop him. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. I will also go to the Heavenly Wind Group. Another person looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. You have already offended that person. Listen to my advice. Don't waste your time in the 8 Immortals Mountain. You should go to the Heavenly Wind Group. It won't do you any harm. Thank you for the reminder, but I don't have the habit of giving up easily. If you were to give up after encountering such a small difficulty, it would be too unlike Ling Xiao's style. In the end, only one person chose to work with Ling Xiao. This person was called Chan He. He was tall and sturdy. Although he was young, his body was very strong. Moreover, his cultivation had reached half-step Yin-Yang realm, level 10 strength. He was the one who wanted to fight to the death with the bandits in the Blood Cave stronghold. Ling Xiao still had a pretty good impression of this Chen He. How many demon seeds do you want? Ling Xiao asked. Not too many, as long as I can get into the top 20. Chen He replied. Okay, then I will give you 20 demon seeds. This is the result of your current 18th place. You can squeeze out the other 2 people. Ling Xiao casually gave Chen He 20 demon seeds. Thank you. Chen He, will return this favor to you. Chen He handed over the demon seeds. In the end, Ling Xiao also handed over 20 demon seeds. He was not a fool. There was no need for him to hand over all of his demon seeds. In fact, it did not mean much to rank high in the first round. As long as he passed, it would be fine. Ling Xiao, Shan Shi has at least 500 demon seeds, but you only handed over 20. What are you trying to do? Zhou Yin suddenly questioned. It's none of your business. What does Shan Shi's demon seeds have to do with me? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. You still don't admit it. Did you kill Shan Shi? Zhou Yin roared. I was the one who killed him. Then did you take his storage ring? Zhou Yin asked again. Are you an idiot? How could I take his storage ring with Mo Feiyu beside him? Ling Xiao naturally would not admit it. Anyway, no one could find out if he threw the storage ring into the mountain river world. Mo Feiyu? Hearing this name, Shin Chong and Lin Mao both frowned. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, anything related to Mo Feiyu would become very troublesome. Therefore, the two deliberately pretended not to hear this name. They did not want to look for trouble. Ling Xiao, it is a very serious crime to keep demon seeds without permission. Do you dare to let us search? Chapter 2188. Why should I let you search me? I don't think there is such a rule in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain, right? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then you must have a guilty conscience. Shin Chong shouted. Is this how a good disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain acts? Are you not afraid of bringing shame to the 8 Immortals Mountain? Ling Xiao sneered. Fine, I can search you, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Shin Chong asked. If you don't find anything, I'll let Zhou Yun fight with me in the second round. How about it? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhou Yun with a hint of indifference and sarcasm. Okay, I'll promise you. Shin Chong didn't care about Zhou Yun's feelings. Anyway, the second round was arranged by him and Lin Mao. It was very easy to let Ling Xiao fight with Zhou Yun. Search me. Ling Xiao stood there casually, letting Shin Chong and Lin Mao search him. In the end, they couldn't find anything. It would be strange if they could find anything. How could people like Shin Chong and Lin Mao be able to detect the things in the Mountain River world? Zhou Yun, where is my brother's storage ring? Humph, in that case, you will fight with Ling Xiao in the next round. Shin Chong lost face in front of Ling Xiao and blamed it on Zhou Yun. Lin Mao didn't object and arranged it like that. The second round was actually very simple. 20 people would fight, and 10 people would be chosen. These 10 people would join the 8 Immortals Mountain. Originally, there were 8 people, but that was only in the previous years. This year, the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group had expanded their recruitment. Although there were only 2 people available, it was still very beneficial to many people. Soon, the first 9 people had been decided. Except for Chen He, the other 8 people were all warriors from the 3 big families. This was actually very normal. The 9 small-town warriors who had recognized Zhou Yun as their master had been almost exhausted by Mo Feiyu in the Blood Cave stronghold. As for the martial artists from the large families, they basically did not consume any energy. In a situation where their strength was comparable, they could naturally stand out. The final spot would naturally be decided between Ling Xiao and Zhou Yin. I'm going to the toilet. Zhou Yin looked at Ling Xiao and recalled the scene of Ling Xiao killing Shen Shi. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was not Shen Shi. He did not want to die yet. He had to find a way. Sure, but you only have 5 minutes. If you don't come back, you'll lose without a fight. Shin Chong impatiently glanced at Zhou Yin and said. Zhou Yin left in a hurry. Ling Xiao sat there and waited. About 5 minutes later, Zhou Chao finally returned. Shin Chong and Lin Mao looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao is finished. Lin Mao sighed helplessly. But is it really okay for Zhou Yin to do this? There's nothing wrong with it. You just have to pretend that you didn't see it. Anyway, the one on the stage is Zhou Yin. Shen Chong sneered. Lin Mao, if you help me with this, I will definitely repay you in the future. Although we have some grudges in the past, it's just a small matter. As long as you don't say it out loud, I can give you the thing you've always wanted. Really? Lin Mao asked. Of course. Anyway, this assessment is only to eliminate Ling Xiao. Everything else is real. The higher-ups won't make trouble for us. Shen Chong nodded. Well, in that case, I'll believe you. You two, start. Lin Mao stood up and looked at Ling Xiao and Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin stepped onto the arena and looked at Ling Xiao coldly as he said, Brat, I originally didn't want to be enemies with you, but you should have never, ever found Zhou Yin. Oh no, finding trouble with me. You're not Zhou Yin, Ling Xiao said coldly. His words exposed the secret that Shen Chong and Lin Mao were trying to hide. Haha, who would believe you? I'm Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin smiled. Well, since you want to die for Zhou Yin, I, Ling Xiao, will fulfill your wish. I'll kill you. Let's see who dares to protect that guy. Ling Xiao had already seen that this so-called Zhou Yin was disguised with a special human skin mask. Although his appearance and figure were exactly the same as Zhou Yin, his cultivation was much higher. Half-step Yin-Yang realm, level 10 strength. This was a warrior at the same level as Chen He. Fortunately, he had broken through when he was in Blood Cave Stronghold. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to meet this guy today. You should know that I'm not at the same level as him. You'd better admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude when you die. Zhou Yin said coldly. You don't have to be polite. Ling Xiao said indifferently. While speaking, Ling Xiao's aura completely broke out, instantly piercing the silence in the arena. What? How did this guy break through again? Is this level 6 strength? Shen Chong gritted his teeth in hatred. He hated Ling Xiao and did not want to see Ling Xiao break through. However, Ling Xiao's talent was beyond his expectations. Before this, Ling Xiao was only at level 10 Grotto Heaven Realm. How did he reach level 6 strength in an instant? This was unbelievable. It's a pity that such a genius offended the Xin family and the Zhou family. Even I can't help him. Lin Mao sighed helplessly. He had no enmity with Ling Xiao, so he naturally felt that it was a pity. Such a genius could not join the 8 Immortal Mountain and was about to be killed. No matter what, this was a loss to the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, he was unable to stop the battle. It was unwise to offend both the Xin family and the Zhou family for Ling Xiao. Half-step Yin-Yang realm, level 6 strength? No wonder you're so arrogant. No wonder he's so afraid of you. Interesting. However, do you really think you can defeat me with such a cultivation? Zhou Yin was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. His cultivation was still much stronger than Ling Xiao's, so he did not believe that he would be defeated. My Flying Flower Soul Extinguishing Finger is a low-level Jade grade martial skill. I've already cultivated it to the Great Perfection stage. I'll use it to test your strength. However, once I use it, you won't be far from death. As he spoke, Zhou Yin raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Then, a huge stamen appeared behind him. It looked like a black rose. When Zhou Yin condensed his elemental energy, the energy suddenly exploded. The black rose actually scattered, and all the petals gathered in front of the finger. They were like sharp blades, pointing towards the sky. A low-level Jade grade martial skill. This power is much stronger than Shan Shi's Eagle Storm. It's not bad, but it's not useful to me. Ling Xiao chuckled. He raised his sword and pointed it at Zhou Yin. Starlight flashed. Falling Star Sword Art, Starlight Flash. Chapter 2189. Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as lightning, like a ghost. This made Shen Chong and Lin Mao frown slightly. No wonder Ling Xiao could kill Shen Shi. With such terrifying speed, it would be strange if Shen Shi didn't die. Your speed is not bad, but the power of your sword is too weak. Zhou Yin still showed some disdain. With a flick of his finger, the petals flew towards Ling Xiao. You're right, but my Falling Star Sword Art doesn't only have one sword. Second Falling Star Sword. Bang! The sword light collided with the petals. The sword shadow disappeared, and the petals fell. Third falling star sword. Ling Xiao's sword was still moving forward bravely. However, Zhou Yan's flying flower soul extinguishing finger was indeed powerful. With a perfection stage martial skill, coupled with his powerful cultivation, this move easily blocked Ling Xiao's third sword. Although a few more petals fell, Ling Xiao could no longer move forward. Fourth falling star sword. Fifth falling star sword. Sixth falling star sword. Seventh falling star sword. Eighth falling star sword. When the eighth sword stabbed out, Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically, because his countless black petals were basically completely destroyed by the sword light. Last sword, ninth falling star sword. Boom! Under this sword attack, Zhou Yan was forced back several steps and almost fell off the stage. However, his cultivation was strong. With his powerful essence force, he finally blocked Ling Xiao's last sword. However, blood flowed out from both his arms. Seeing this scene, Lin Mao stood up in shock. This Ling Xiao is really a genius. No wonder the deacon personally gave him an invitation. However, although the ninth falling star sword is powerful, it is at most a low-tier jade martial skill. At the end of the day, his cultivation is inferior to his opponent. If his martial skill is inferior to his opponent, it will be difficult for him to escape death. With his status, how can a martial artist from a remote town possess a mid-tier jade martial skill? Sighing, Lin Mao sat down again. In the field, Zhou Yan looked at Ling Xiao with anger and shock. Ling Xiao lightly shook off the bloodstains on his sword and said indifferently, "I'll give you one last chance. Admit your true identity and scram. Otherwise, it won't be just bloodshed. People will die." Below the stage, Chunhee looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Originally, he had only agreed to work for Ling Xiao as a temporary measure. He thought that he was still stronger than Ling Xiao. At the very least, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. But after seeing this scene, he began to doubt his judgment. This Ling Xiao, with his strength at the 6th level, was actually able to put Zhou Yan, who was at the 10th level of strength, in such a tight spot. Moreover, he knew of the falling star sword art. It was simply a common low-tier gold-grade martial skill. Perhaps he had unknowingly acknowledged an incredible boss. However, he would have to wait and see what the outcome would be. It was impossible for Zhou Yan to give up so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put down his face. Ah! Zhou Yan roared loudly, then stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. His expression also became extremely ferocious. One had to admit that this human skin mask was really exquisitely made. Even the expression was remarkably lifelike. "Ling Xiao, you're dead. Originally, I only wanted to kill you for him because I received benefits from him. But now, you made a fool of me. I want you to die. Do you think you'll win like this? Too naive." Ling Xiao looked at Zhou Yan indifferently and shook his head lightly. "Looks like you're really courting death. Although I didn't have any enmity with you before, since you're courting death like this, you can't blame me." Junior apprentice brother Shin. This Ling Xiao looks very calm. Does that Zhou Yan really have a way to kill him? Lin Mao looked at Shin Chong and asked indifferently. Shin Chong smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. I know this person. The flying flower soul extinguishing finger is just a move he uses to toy with his opponent. If he really explodes with his full strength, even I won't dare to underestimate him. You don't know, right? He actually knows a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill and has already cultivated it to the proficient level. Mid-tier jade-grade martial skills are very rare. Even in our 8 Immortal Mountain, only Yin-Yang realm martial artists are qualified to possess them. What's the name of his martial skill? Lin Mao asked. Black Death Wildflower. Shun Chong said indifferently. What? It's actually that evil martial skill? That Black Death Wildflower can only be used with a flower-type martial spirit. Once used, its power is comparable to a high-tier jade-grade martial skill. Lin Mao said in shock. It looks like that Ling Xiao is really dead. He can only blame himself for offending people he shouldn't have. Yes, I once fought with this person and was almost injured by this move. Although I won, I was a little embarrassed. With this Ling Xiao's cultivation, he has no chance at all. Shenchong nodded and said, Let's not talk about the discussions below. On the stage, Zhou Yan angrily looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You should really admit defeat. Losing to the flying flower soul extinguishing finger is a kind of luck for you. Once I use the next move, even I don't know how terrifying it will be. At that time, although I will consume a lot of energy, you won't be far from death." Ling Xiao still looked at Zhou Yan indifferently. Listening to his opponent's tone, the next attack will be even stronger than the flying flower soul extinguishing finger. It seemed that he would have to take out the meteor sword art that he had just cultivated and use it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a heavy sword. Ling Xiao has a way to use his elemental energy and earth element to condense a sword that is better than any heavy sword. He looked at his opponent indifferently. The iron sword in his hand began to twine with an earthy yellow light. The earth element in the air and the earth constantly condensed on the iron sword and became more compact. "You have a stronger move, so do I. So I advise you not to court death. If you really die, regret will be useless." Ling Xiao would never reveal all his cards. Therefore, when facing any enemy, he would always have a backup plan. To be honest, even if the meteor sword art was ineffective, he still had the seal of eternity. If it really doesn't work, he can transform into a demi-dragon. If that doesn't work, he can transform into a demonic dragon. There is always a way to kill the opponent. Just at this moment, the aura of Zhou Yan suddenly turned black with despair. Under his feet, a black flower began to bloom. The aura of death spread in the void. It gave people a kind of aura of the underworld. Oh, this move is indeed much stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao looked at Zhou Yan's aura that was constantly rising, but his face still remained indifferent. This kind of increase was not beyond his expectations. Or rather, it was actually quite disappointing. If it was only like this, he didn't need to use the seal of eternity. Just the meteor sword art would be enough to win. Chapter 2190. The terrifying aura of the Black Death wildflower had yet to be released, but the surrounding people could already feel the threat of death. They knew very well how powerful the attack would be if it was released. "Ling Xiao, can you block it?" Chen He looked at Ling Xiao and was worried for Ling Xiao. He admitted that he was definitely not a match for this Zhou Yan at the same cultivation level, because this move was too terrifying. When martial artists with similar cultivation levels were competing, it would naturally depend on whose martial techniques were stronger and who would have the advantage. Ling Xiao is dead meat. Shin Chong grabbed the corner of his clothes in agitation. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could block this move. Whoosh! At this moment, a brilliant sword light bloomed on the stage. It directly tore through the void shrouded in darkness. It was as if a ray of light had descended to the mortal world, making the examinees feel much better. That sword! Everyone saw the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Is that really a sword? Lin Mao frowned. The metal sword was covered by the earth element. It was flat and longer, but it did not have a sharp edge. Rather than calling it a sword, it was better to call it a stick. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying sword aura was indeed released from this sword. The yellow sword aura increased in number, piercing through the void and gradually tearing apart the dark barrier. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be surrounded by countless sword auras. The surrounding people could not feel the sharpness of these sword auras, but they had another strange feeling. That was pressure. It was as if they could not breathe under the pressure. What kind of swordsmanship is this? This kid is really surprising. Lin Mao had to release his Yin-Yang Yuan force to stand up. At this moment, he felt that his body was incomparably heavy. He was more and more shocked by Ling Xiao. If he was already like this, the examinees were even more miserable. All of them were squatting or sitting on the ground, as if they were being pressed down by something. "Ling Xiao, who the hell are you?" Chen He excitedly shouted in his heart. He had thought that this time Ling Xiao was completely finished. It was impossible for him to block Zhou Yan's crazy attack. However, he realized that he was wrong. No matter how strong Zhou Yan was, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to become stronger than him. This person had no upper limit. Rumble. The arena suddenly cracked open, crushed by the terrifying pressure and not cut open. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, completely unable to understand what was going on. Zhou Yan frowned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. At this moment, his move had already been completely condensed. A terrifying black death flower bloomed on the arena. The power released was not inferior to Ling Xiao's sword chi at all. However, his cultivation level was higher, so he believed that Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Kill. Black death flower. Send this ignorant boy to his death. With a violent roar, Zhou Yin finally released all his power. A huge black death flower bloomed. The aura of death in the air also became stronger. Ling Xiao still looked at all this indifferently. The huge stone sword in his hand smashed directly at Zhou Yin. The moment he jumped up, the arena was completely shattered. The first move of the meteor sword technique, fall. Rumble. A terrifying sound of vibration came from the sky, as if a meteor was falling from the sky. That huge stone sword gave off an extremely terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to directly kill Zhou Yin. The beautiful yet terrifying black death wildflowers were completely shattered under this terrifying pressure. It scattered on the arena as if it was sending Zhou Yin to his death. Rumble. Zhou Yin looked at the sky in horror. In his eyes, the huge stone sword was like a meteor coming at him and then smashing heavily on his body. A fear of death that he had never felt before was released from Zhou Yin's body. He was frightened and wanted to call for help. However, he found that he couldn't even make a sound. I actually looked down on this person so much. I'm really courting death. At the last moment before his death, Zhou Yin regretted his actions. He regretted accepting this task. He thought that defeating Ling Xiao would be easy, but he definitely didn't expect that he would die like this. His body was torn apart inch by inch, and then wrapped in smoke and dust. It merged into the ground, and even his corpse couldn't be found. He put away the iron sword. Ling Xiao stood there coldly, looking indifferently at the stage that had already been turned into a complete mess. Zhou Yin, listen to me. No matter who you find to die for you, I will kill him. I want to see who dares to continue working for you. And you, if you want to join the 8 Immortals Mountain, wait for your next life. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, you can forget about fulfilling your wish. He knew that Zhou Yin was here and was watching the battle between him and the fake Zhou Yin. He had already written this person on his death list. Killing Zhou Yin was only a matter of time, but he would definitely do it. He absolutely couldn't allow this person to continue living. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone seemed to wake up from the shock. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror, not daring to believe that all of this was real. Especially the 9 people who had already become disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. They were secretly glad that their opponent wasn't Ling Xiao. Xinchong gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Even he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. It seemed that he could only think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao after he joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, and it had to be fast. Otherwise, with this guy's cultivation speed, he would soon surpass him. At this moment, he actually felt a strong sense of fear. No, how can I, Xinchong, be afraid of a half-step Yin-Yang Realm warrior? This is too funny. Xinchong shook his head violently and muttered to himself. Lin Mao was also shocked. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. He now regretted making a deal with Xinchong and offending Ling Xiao. It wasn't a smart thing to do. Haha, found you. I finally found you. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter came from afar. In the blink of an eye, the voice was nearby. Then, a young man in white appeared in front of everyone. Mo Feiyu. Seeing this person, fear brewed in everyone's hearts. Xinchong and Lin Mao were also shocked. Why did Mo Feiyu suddenly appear here? Who did he find? Before they could understand what was going on, Mo Feiyu had already charged toward Ling Xiao. Kid, do you think I won't dare to kill you after you join the 8 Immortals Mountain? Killing you is like killing a dog. No one will do anything to me. Do you want to know why? Because I'm a genius. Mo Feiyu sneered. The reason he chased after Ling Xiao was not because Ling Xiao had killed Xinchong, nor was it because Ling Xiao had injured Zhou Yin. Chapter 2191. Mo Feiyu's failure to kill Ling Xiao was a humiliation to him. He didn't want his life to be stained. Seeing Mo Feiyu's killing intent toward Ling Xiao, Xinchong suddenly became excited. Everyone in the Eight Immortal Mountain knew Mo Feiyu's temper. Even the sect leader couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted. No one would blame Mo Feiyu for killing someone who had just passed the assessment and wasn't even a disciple of the Eight Immortals. That was the difference. Mo Feiyu dared to do what Xinchong didn't dare to do. Lin Mao frowned and said, "Senior brother Mo, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. This kid is quite talented and may become a mainstay of the Eight Immortal Mountain in the future. It's a pity to kill him now." "Shut up." Slap. Mo Feiyu shouted coldly and slapped Lin Mao. Lin Mao fell to the ground and 2 of his teeth were knocked out. He was bleeding profusely. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you too." Mo Feiyu looked at Lin Mao and said fiercely, "Although killing you may cause some trouble, I'll just be facing the wall for a few days. Even the Lin family won't dare to do anything to me." Lin Mao covered his mouth and didn't say anything. He knew that Mo Feiyu was right. Even the Lin family wouldn't dare to offend Mo Feiyu for him. Mo Feiyu was a true genius of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Even if he offended him, he could only endure it. This guy is really domineering. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Feiyu and frowned. Mo Feiyu was obviously very favored by the Eight Immortal Mountain since he dared to hit Lin Mao. If he didn't escape today, he would be in trouble. Damn it, he really didn't want to. Mo Feiyu was too strong. He really couldn't fight him head-on. He had to find a chance to escape. He had already used the Gemini martial soul once. He probably couldn't use it again this time. Mo Feiyu wouldn't be deceived by him again. He could only try. Fortunately, he had the mystic world body. He wouldn't be killed in one move. "Kid, what else do you have to say?" Mo Feiyu looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. "What do I have to say? Originally, I thought that the Eight Immortals Mountain was a holy land for cultivation. But now, it seems that it's nothing more than that. Even a madman can be treated like a treasure." Ling's words. Eight Immortal Mountain is Eight Immortal Mountain. Mo Feiyu sneered. "In prison? The truth is the truth. You, too. To me. Twos. If I, Ling be a man. If I, you." Mo Feiyu waved the goose feather fan in his hand lightly, and a terrifying force rushed into the sky. Ling Xiao circulated the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Queen in his body, forming a thick layer of defense on the surface of his body. T-Tess. What was the point of keeping his identity if he died? He would use all his abilities. He didn't believe that he couldn't survive Mo Feiyu's attack. The terrifying impact hit Ling Xiao and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Ling Xiao spat out blood in the air. He felt like his ribs were about to break. Although the mystic world body was strong, his cultivation was too low. His defense was limited. Fortunately, the attack didn't kill him. Mo Feiyu obviously looked down on him. He couldn't have attacked him with his full strength. He only used about 10 to 20% of his strength. That was one of the reasons why he didn't die. The moment he landed on the ground, a shadow from Ling Xiao's body burrowed into the ground and disappeared. He couldn't use his Gemini martial souls in the open, but now that he was so far away, he used it the moment he landed. Even Mo Feiyu wouldn't be able to see it. Without any worries, Ling Xiao struggled to stand up. He looked coldly at Mo Feiyu, who was attacking him again. "Ha ha ha ha, genius? Is this the top genius of the Eight Immortal Mountain? In my opinion, you're just trash. You can't even kill me, a half-step in Yang Realm martial artist. I don't know why the Eight Immortal Mountain dotes on you so much. Are the higher-ups of the Eight Immortal Mountain blind? Die." Mo Feiyu was even more furious. He punched Ling Xiao heavily, causing Ling Xiao's body to crack. This time, he used 40% of his strength. It was the first time he used 40% of his strength to deal with a half-step in Yang Realm martial artist. However, Ling Xiao's cracked body healed again. He looked at Mo Feiyu and sneered. "Continue. Let's see if you can kill me today." Kill. Bang 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 bang. Mo Feiyu crazily hit Ling Xiao's body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. However, Ling Xiao still had a cold and disdainful smile on his face. Senior brother Mo, that's fake. The onlooker sees the game better than the player. This saying was true. Mo Feiyu was so angry that he did not realize that the so-called Ling Xiao he was attacking was just a substitute made of mud. The real Ling Xiao had long fled to God knows where. However, Shin Chong, who was watching from the side, noticed that something was wrong and helped Mo Feiyu in time. Damned brat, he escaped again. Mo Feiyu felt that today was probably the most humiliating day he had ever been. He tried to kill Ling Xiao twice in a row, but he let him escape each time. He was pissed. Who told you that I escaped? Why would I, Ling Xiao, escape? Not far away, a figure appeared again. He looked at Mo Feiyu coldly and said mockingly, I'd like to see if there's anyone in 8 Immortal Mountain who can uphold justice. Whether you, Mo Feiyu, provoked me or not, that's none of my business. Be *starred. Mo Feiyu swung his goose feather fan and hit that figure. Mud statue again. Mo Feiyu was going crazy. He had met many opponents, but this was the first time he met someone as cunning as Ling Xiao. This brat's cultivation was very low. He could kill him with one punch. However, the problem was that this punch could not hit the real Ling Xiao. Are you blind? Where are you hitting? Another figure appeared and mocked Mo Feiyu coldly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You really deserve to die. Mo Feiyu was really angry at this time. He unleashed all of his power. The entire pass shook as if it could collapse at any time. Enough, Mo Feiyu. Are you done? Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, and it was as light as a swan. She was wearing a white veil and looked coldly at Mo Feiyu, who was going crazy. Lin Ruoxian. Mo Feiyu looked at the person and could not help but frown. He was not the only prodigy in 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian was also one of them. Moreover, Lin Ruoxian's cultivation was not inferior to his at all. You want to meddle in my business again? Mo Feiyu asked coldly. This was not the first time Lin Ruoxian stopped him from going crazy. Therefore, he was still a little unhappy with Lin Ruoxian. Chapter 2192. You're wrong. Recruiting disciples is a big deal for the 8 Immortals Mountain, and I've been given the mission of recruiting disciples by the sect. You ruined the first test, and I'm too lazy to care about it. But this time, you can't continue to be crazy. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Lin Ruoxian looked at Mo Feiyu without any fear. It seemed that the two of them were probably on par with each other in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Ha ha, ha. Mo Feiyu suddenly laughed. Lin Ruoxian, I'll give you face this time. You can protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? After saying that, he flew away and disappeared into the vast void in an instant. It seemed that although Ling Xiao was temporarily freed because of Lin Ruoxian's intervention today, Mo Feiyu would not let him go. But would Ling Xiao be afraid? His real body soon appeared. He cupped his hands at Lin Ruoxian and said, This is the second time Deacon has saved me. I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best. I helped you because I saw your potential. If you really want to repay me, show me your potential. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. His eyes were so cold, without the slightest sense of intimacy. Perhaps this person was like this to everyone. She only looked at talent and did not care about feelings. Shinchong, do you know your crime? Suddenly, Lin Ruoxian looked at Shinchong and asked coldly. I don't know. Shinchong hurriedly knelt on one knee, but he shook his head. You don't know? Very well. You'll know when you enter the ghost prison. Lin Ruoxian said coldly. Hearing the words, ghost prison, Shinchong's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly knelt down and said, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. I shouldn't have involved my personal grudges in the assessment of 8 Immortals Mountain. Shinchong, I'm telling you, you better behave yourself when you're working for me, Lin Ruoxian. I'll let you off this time. I won't let you go to the ghost prison, but you'll have to work in the mines of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain for a few days. Come back in 7 days. Do you admit defeat? Lin Ruoxian asked coldly. This subordinate obeys. Cold sweat broke out on Shinchong's forehead. Although he had to work in the mine with the slaves and endure the filth and hunger, it was still 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than going to the ghost prison. The ghost prison was the most terrifying place in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Only those who had committed grave mistakes would be locked in there to suffer. Go. After 7 days, I'll personally check on your work. If your performance is good, I can restore you to your original position. Otherwise, you can no longer stay in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Lin Ruoxian waved his hand and said impatiently. Before leaving, Shun Chong fiercely glared at Ling Xiao. His hysterical anger could be clearly seen from his eyes. Obviously, he felt that the reason why he was like this was all thanks to Ling Xiao. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his practice of favoritism. After Shin Chong left, Lin Ruoxian looked at Lin Mao and said, "You don't need to receive your monthly allowance. You actually dared to make a deal with Shin Chong." Humph. Lin Mao knows his mistake. All right, take them to where they should go. Lin Ruoxian waved his hand lightly and then flew away. Ling Xiao, I'll stay at your place tonight. I'll go find you myself. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with Lin Mao, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Lin Ruoxian's voice. She's going to find me? Why? Ling Xiao didn't think that he was very charming to be able to make a female deacon have thoughts about him. Now that he thought about it, there were only two possibilities. One was that this woman had seen through his old identity, which was the most dangerous. The other was, of course, simpler. That was the courage and talent he showed that this woman had taken a fancy to him and wanted to train him well. The latter was more likely. In a sect, it was normal for people to form cliques. Every middle and upper management hoped to rope in new disciples, especially those who were talented and capable. If it was this possibility, Ling Xiao wouldn't reject it. He had offended Mo Feiyu, who was a madman. It was unlikely that he would be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Then there was only one way, which was to form an alliance with Lin Ruoxian. In this way, he could avoid being killed by that madman Mo Feiyu. While he was thinking, Lin Mao had already said, "All right, don't think about unnecessary things. The 10 of you will become official disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Well, to be exact, you're just servant disciples. Servant disciples won't enter the sect. Only after you've cultivated for a period of time, the 8 mountain masters of the 8 immortals will come to pick disciples. At that time, you can choose from both sides. So during this period of time, you can cultivate well and learn about the 8 mountains of the 8 immortals. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black. All right, let's cut to the chase. I'll bring you to the 8 immortals mountain now." Then, Lin Mao took out a formation refining stone from his storage ring and used it casually. A teleportation array appeared in front of everyone. "Let's go in." Everyone nodded, feeling a little excited. After going through the life and death assessment, they could finally become disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Although they were just servant disciples, which was the lowest rank among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, but this was already quite good. "Ling Xiao, wait a moment." Lin Mao called out to Ling Xiao. Seeing that everyone else had stepped into the teleportation array, he said, "I don't want the previous incident to become an obstacle to our communication. You're a smart person, so you don't want to have another enemy, right?" "Senior brother Lin, you're joking. Even if it's Shin Chong and Shin Shi, I've never thought of becoming enemies with them. It's just that Shin Shi wanted to kill me, so I could only resist. You didn't do anything to me. You even took a slap from Mo Feiyu for me. I can still distinguish between good and bad." Of course, Ling Xiao knew that it was much better to have one more friend than one more enemy. He had never thought of offending everyone. In fact, if he could avoid offending people, he really didn't want to. "With your words, I'm relieved. City Lord Lin Yuan told me before to pay more attention to you. At that time, I didn't think much of it, but after what happened today, I found that you're really a talent," Lin Mao said with a smile, as if his mood suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Ling Xiao also secretly smiled. Lin Yuan was an important chess piece he left in the 8 Immortals County. He was still useful. "Thank you for your praise, Senior Brother Lin. Can we go now?" "Yes, let's go in." Lin Mao nodded and stepped into the teleportation array with Ling Xiao. The moment he could see things with his eyes, Ling Xiao almost mistakenly thought that he had come to a fairyland. Chapter 2193. The Eight Immortals mountain range was truly a paradise. Not only was the environment very beautiful, but the spirit chi was also abundant. Although many people lived here, they did not disturb each other. There were beautiful buildings and caves in the dense forest and on the cliffs. Every building blended in with the natural environment. This was a place where martial artists should stay. The Eight Immortals city had too many people and was too noisy. It was really not as good as here. Don't be too surprised. This is only a corner of the Eight Immortals mountain. The Eight Immortals mountain is divided into two parts, the Upper Eight Immortals mountain and the Lower Eight Immortals mountain. The place you are going to now is the Chores Yard. This is an institution under the Lower Eight Immortals mountain. All of them are Chores disciples. While walking forward, Lin Mao explained, in the Eight Immortals mountain, even the weakest Chores disciples are around the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. He said this to let Ling Xiao know that he should not show off too much here because there were many people stronger than Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still looked indifferent. The reason was very simple. How could a martial artist who had cultivated to the rebirth realm take a yin-yang realm martial artist seriously? Even that Mo Feiyu, Ling Xiao had never really been afraid of him. He had only regarded that guy as a stumbling block on his path to recovery. Just kill him. If they really wanted to make him afraid, they had to be at least a rebirth realm martial artist. However, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, the Eight Immortals mountain was definitely not that powerful. Of course, at the current stage, the Eight Immortals mountain was definitely the best place to train him. Coming here, his cultivation would definitely improve faster, and his combat strength would also improve greatly. The distance between him and the rebirth realm would also quickly shorten. Oh, Lin Mao, another Chores disciple has come. Do you want us to teach these rookies a lesson? On the way, they met martial artists with cultivation similar to Lin Mao. When they saw Ling Xiao and the other new Chores disciples who had joined the Eight Immortals mountain, they were all excited, as if they had found a fun toy. Remember, no matter what conditions anyone gives you, it's best not to follow them. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Lin Mao reminded, the sect is a small world. Here, there are all kinds of people. If you can't survive in such a small world, then don't think about going out in the future. Yes, although all the odd job disciples had agreed very well, it was unknown whether they would listen to him or not. After all, the following temptation might be more useful than Lin Mao's words. As they spoke, they arrived at the Chores Yard. The scale of the odd job yard was much larger than the Ling clan's main courtyard. The number of odd job disciples that could be accommodated within was estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Seeing these people, Ling Xiao understood that the Eight Immortals mountain was not only recruiting disciples from the Eight Immortals county, they were also recruiting disciples from other places. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be so many servant disciples. The residents of the odd job disciples were all shared beds, and there were dozens of people living in a dormitory. Naturally, the environment couldn't be too good. However, once one was promoted from an odd job disciple to a disciple of the Eight Lower Immortals, the environment would be much better. After arranging the accommodation, Lin Mao did not leave immediately. Instead, he reminded everyone, your current status is only an odd job disciple, which is the lowest status in the entire Eight Immortals mountain. So, no matter who it is, don't provoke them easily. Of course, you can wait until a month later to participate in the selection of the Eight Immortals mountain and successfully become a disciple of the Eight Lower Immortals. Then, you'll be considered to have a real sect record, but even then, don't provoke the disciples of the Eight Immortals. The disciples of the Eight Upper Immortals mountain are the real mainstays of the Eight Immortals mountain. Even if they kill the disciples of the Eight Lower Immortals, they will be punished lightly, and sometimes they won't even be held accountable. So, you must remember not to provoke them easily. This is the key to your survival. Speaking of this, he glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly. Mo Feiyu is also a first-class disciple among the Eight Upper Immortals. If you offend him, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Lin. I know what to do, but I don't know if I can participate in the assessment of the Eight Immortals now. Ling Xiao didn't want to be a handyman disciple. It was because being a handyman disciple was really too boring. They had to do a lot of chores, which had a great impact on their cultivation. Of course you can. If you have the ability, you don't even have to be a disciple. Instead, you can directly become a deacon, an elder, a veteran, or even a master. This is the Eight Immortals Mountain. Anything is possible. Lin Mao smiled and said, but that's true. The Eight Immortals Mountain has been established for hundreds of years, and there are only 3 people who can be promoted from a disciple to a deacon in just 2 or 3 years. One of them is Lin Ruoxian, Deacon Lin. She's actually only a few years older than you, but because she's talented enough, she became a deacon very early. Moreover, she's a disciple of the 8 Upper Immortals. So, it's still possible, Ling Xiao said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Mao couldn't help but be stunned. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao could cultivate step by step. After all, there were only 1 or 2 true geniuses. Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian were already frightening enough. But he didn't know that in Ling Xiao's eyes, neither Lin Ruoxian nor Mo Feiyu could be considered absolute geniuses. These 2 might even be inferior to people like Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, Long Chan, and Cold Plum. After getting used to seeing geniuses, he naturally had high expectations. If Ling Xiao could trample true geniuses beneath his feet, why would he fear a mere deacon? Besides Ling Xiao, who else wants to become a disciple of the 8 lower immortals? Lin Mao looked at the others and said, I need to remind you that the minimum requirement to become a disciple of the 8 lower immortals is to be at half-step yin-yang realm with a 10th level of strength. Among all of you, only Qin He and Lin Yang have met this requirement. Of course, Ling Xiao is an exception. Even if his cultivation doesn't meet this requirement, his battle prowess surpasses it, so he has a chance. I want to try, Chun He said. Since he agreed to follow Ling Xiao, he didn't want to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was really depressing to be a servant disciple. I want to try too. Lin Yang nodded as well. As the last remaining disciple of the 3 great clans who passed the test, how could he tolerate Ling Xiao riding on his head? Thus, he wanted to try what Ling Xiao wanted to do. Lin Mao smiled and said, very good. You all have guts. But there are some things I need to tell you first. Although servant disciples have to work, there's no danger to their lives. But once you become a disciple of the 8 lower immortals and have your clan records and identity plates, you must complete some dangerous missions. Chapter 2194. Lin Mao continued, yes, the disciples' missions are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Your disciples' identities are also divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Every month, you must complete at least 1 mission of the corresponding level. If you complete it, you will be rewarded. If you fail, your contribution points will be deducted. When your contribution points become negative, you will be sent back to the chores yard. Listening to Lin Mao's words, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of his life in the Yuehua school. What he did at that time was very similar to what he was doing now. The only difference was that he was a deacon at the Transcendent Realm. Now, he was at the Grotto Heaven Realm and the Yin-Yang Realm. The enemies he would face would be stronger, and the various things he would face would be more troublesome. After Lin Mao finished speaking, he saw that Ling Xiao, Chun He, and Lin Yang had no intention of going back on their words, so he got up and said, let's go. The 3 of you, follow me. He knew that young people were full of drive and pride. It would not be easy for them to back down. He would let these 3 people give it a try and see how difficult it would be to become a disciple of the 8 Immortals. He led the 3 of them deeper into the 8 Immortals mountain range and came to another courtyard. This is the place where the Chores disciples are promoted to the 8 Immortals. Originally, after a month, you could compete with other Chores disciples. If you are chosen by the Mountain Master of the 8 Immortals, you can join. But now is a special situation. There will be no such competition. The conditions for joining have also become very simple. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black mountain ranges will each send a warrior to guard here. Whoever you can defeat can join the mountain range. Lin Mao reminded them, among the 8 mountain ranges, the weakest is the Black Immortal Mountain. Because there was a traitor, the talents in this mountain range have withered. Now, it can be said that there is no one left. It is the easiest to enter this mountain range, but it will be unfavorable for future development. Red, orange, and yellow mountain ranges are the strongest. Green, cyan, blue, and purple mountain ranges are at the same level. Whoever you want to challenge, it is up to you. Speaking of this, Lin Mao showed an imperceptible smile. It seemed that there was a hidden meaning in his words. When the three of them saw the opponents they needed to challenge in the 8 mountain ranges, they finally understood what Lin Mao meant. The strongest 3 mountains, red, orange, and yellow, all had middle stage yin-yang realm martial artists at the first level of hell. In the other 4 mountain ranges, the opponents Xiao Chun wanted to challenge were weaker. They were early stage yin-yang realm martial artists in the first layer of hell. After that, in the Black Immortal Mountain range, the opponents he would challenge would be at the half-step yin-yang realm, level 10 strength. This was the easiest mountain range to enter, but it wasn't easy either. Doesn't that mean we can only enter the Black Immortal Mountain? Lin Yang frowned. I give up. It's okay to give up. In fact, it will be easier to enter a month later. Lin Mao smiled and said, other than having fewer people, does the Black Immortal Mountain have any other disadvantages? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, in fact, the Black Immortal Mountain has a disadvantage in numbers, so they fall behind in many of the sect's competitions. Naturally, the rewards they receive are less. Also, when carrying out missions, it is very difficult to find suitable companions. After all, many missions can't be completed alone. Lin Mao explained. As for the others, there is nothing. I only heard that the mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain has a strange temper. In that case, I will choose the Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao had joined the 8 Immortals Mountain only to obtain the cultivation resources and environment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Although the Black Immortal Mountain was weak, it was not bad in all aspects. Many martial artists just followed the crowd. He didn't care. So what if they had fewer people? He was here to cultivate, not to make friends. He chose the Black Immortal Mountain. I will also choose the Black Immortal Mountain, Chen, he said. Okay, Lin Yang, you go back first. The 2 of you come with me. Lin Mao led Ling Xiao and Chen He to the martial artist on duty in the Black Immortal Mountain. It turned out to be a girl. She was dressed in black and looked very beautiful. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, there were strict rules about the color of clothes. The disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain could only wear black clothes. At least that was the case in the sect. After leaving the sect, they could dress casually. Hello, I am Fengru. Fengru? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the nameless youth who had entrusted him with the matter during the assessment. Wasn't the nameless youth's sister called Fengru? Moreover, she looked very similar to this girl in the portrait. It shouldn't be wrong. What's wrong? Fengru asked with a smile. This girl had the feeling of a girl next door. She was very approachable. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was very comfortable. Nothing. Ling Xiao shook his head. There was no need to say that. He would just take care of Fengru in the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future. Okay, since there's nothing, you can attack me separately. As long as you can touch me, you will pass the assessment. Fengru smiled. No way, junior sister Feng. Didn't I have to defeat you? When did the assessment of the Black Immortal Mountain become so simple? Lin Mao smiled bitterly. I have no choice, senior brother Lin. There are only 4 disciples in our Black Immortal Mountain. Including the 2 of them, there are only 6 people. Other mountain ranges have at least 2,000 people. I can only relax the assessment conditions. Fengru shook her head and sighed. But then again, senior brother Lin, have you forgotten that I'm best at movement techniques? If they can touch me, they can defeat me. This is the most direct and concise way. That's true. Then you too can start. Lin Mao stood aside and didn't leave. After all, if the 2 of them couldn't pass the assessment, they would have to follow him back. I'll go first. Chen He volunteered to go first. Once the battle began, Ling Xiao realized that this assessment wasn't simple. At least for Chen He, whose cultivation was only at the 10th level, it wasn't simple. Fengru's movement technique was really powerful. Once activated, her body turned into dozens of afterimages. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one and which one to touch. In the end, Chen He was exhausted and was about to give up. However, at this moment, A leaf flew from behind him and landed on one of the afterimages. Chun-He was overjoyed. He pretended to attack other afterimages, but suddenly pounced on the afterimage of the leaf and successfully passed the assessment. Thank you. When Chun-He walked down, he lowered his voice and said 2 words to Ling Xiao. That's right. The leaf naturally came from Ling Xiao. You don't have to take the assessment. Just come with me. Feng Ru was stunned for a moment and suddenly said, obviously, she also saw that the leaf came from Ling Xiao. Chapter 2195. I didn't expect that both of you would pass the Black Immortal Mountains assessment. However, this is only the first step. You'll have to suffer in the future. Junior Sister Feng, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave these 2 to you. Lin Mao also heaved a sigh of relief. Sending Ling Xiao away was equivalent to giving away a hot potato. Even if Mo Feiyu wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't come looking for him. I'll take you to make your identity cards first. Now that you've joined the Black Immortal Mountain, you have the records of the 8 Immortal Mountain and are considered official disciples. The identity cards are related to all your records in the 8 Immortal Mountain, such as mission records, information records, contribution points, and so on. When the time comes, you can figure it out yourself. Feng Ru brought Ling Xiao and Chun-He to a place called the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments. This was the place where the 8 Immortal Mountain received missions, completed missions, and earned contribution points, rewards, and punishments. The status of the Hall Master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments was equivalent to the Doyen of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The hierarchy of the 8 Immortal Mountain was the Sect Master, Doyen, Elders, and Deacons. The Masters of the 8 Immortals were all Doyens. The Masters of the 8 Immortals were all Elders. The other Hall Masters were either Deacons or Elders, but only the Hall Master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments was a Doyen. After receiving their identity cards, the 2 of them officially joined the Black Immortal Mountain of the 8 Immortals. Feng Ru brought them to the Black Immortal Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Ru warned Ling Xiao and Chun-He again. There are only 6 disciples in the Black Immortal Mountain, including you. However, don't think that they are weak. On the contrary, other than me, the other 3 are all very powerful existences. At least in the 8 Immortal Mountain, they are ranked at the top. However, these 3 people have troublesome personalities. To put it bluntly, they are like lunatics. To put it nicely, they are abnormal. Unless you are stronger than them, don't offend them. They may not kill you because you are from the same sect, but they will definitely beat you up. Ling Xiao didn't have any direct impression of Feng Ru's words. However, when he saw one of them, Ling Xiao knew that Feng Ru was telling the truth. Among the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, the strongest could reach the peak of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Among the 4 disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain, apart from Feng Ru, who was the weakest, the other 3 were all at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. One of them was at the peak of the 2nd level. He was the eldest disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qi Renfeng. This guy was a battle maniac. He wanted to challenge everyone he met. It was said that he had fought against the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master several hundred times. Although he was defeated every single time, not only was that guy not discouraged, he instead became more and more courageous as he fought. You too, come here and fight with me. Ho Renfeng looked at Ling Xiao and Chun-He. He was so excited that smoke came out of his nostrils. Eldest senior brother, don't bully the newbies. How strong are they? How can they fight with you? You should go and challenge that lunatic Mo Feiyu. Feng Ru looked at Chai Renfeng and said, I will. But I'm not his match now. I'll go and cultivate now. Mo Feiyu was Chai Renfeng's weakness. He dared to challenge others, even Lin Ruoxian, but he did not dare to challenge that lunatic Mo Feiyu. That lunatic would really kill people. Therefore, as long as others mentioned Mo Feiyu, he would cultivate like crazy, hoping to surpass Mo Feiyu one day. Fortunately, he was not old. He was only 18 years old. The 2nd senior brother of the Black Immortal Mountain, Zhou Tong, was at the late stage of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was a bit cold, especially when he looked at Ling Xiao. His gaze was cold and unfriendly. Ling Xiao, you're good. After speaking, Zhou Tong turned and left. When Ling Xiao heard his name, He roughly knew why Zhou Tong was so cold to him. Zhou Tong should be from the Zhou family. Although he did not kill Zhou Yi, he only made Zhou Yi fail the test. That was enough for Zhou Tong to hate him. However, he was not even afraid of Mo Feiyu. What was Zhou Tong? Would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked indifferently at Zhou Tong's back. As expected, strength was the most important thing no matter where. Without strength, everything was useless. You two, go and clean our room in the courtyard. Fengru and I have been doing this for a long time. Now it's your turn. The person who said this was the third senior brother, Fengyu. He was at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, the same as Lin Mao. Third senior brother, don't worry. We will do it. Fengru nodded. Only then did Fengyu turn and leave. This was the Black Immortal Mountain. There was no such thing as senior brother. If someone was stronger than you had to work for them. If you were stronger than them, you could make them work for you. This rule was quite simple. You two don't have to worry about these chores. Anyway, I've gotten used to it in the past few years. The next thing you should prepare for is the entrance trial. Once you join the 8 Immortals Mountain, every new disciple will get a corresponding trial task. After completing it, you will be a true disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. If you can't complete it, you will be sent back to the chores court. There are only 3 days until the entrance trial. Prepare well. Fengru was really like a senior sister. She was very considerate of her junior brothers. In addition, as long as you join the Black Immortal Mountain, our rule is that everyone can get a low-tier Jade martial skill. You two better limit yourself. I'll help you choose. Otherwise, the martial skills of the 8 Immortal Mountain are as vast as smoke. You won't be able to find a suitable one even after a few days. It will be a waste of time. Fengru continued. I naturally need an offensive martial skill. My cultivation is stronger than Ling Zhao's, but my battle power is far from his. I'm good at using the saber. It's best if it's a saber technique with power. Chunhee said, well, these are the names I've listed for you. You can choose one. After hearing Chanhee's words, Fengru took out a piece of memory metal. Chanhee held the memory metal, and a lot of information instantly appeared in his mind. Even though the range had been narrowed down, there were still nearly 1,000 saber techniques. Chanhee finally chose a saber technique that was suitable for him. After thinking for a long time, Ling Xiao chose a movement technique. The reason was simple. Although he had powerful movement techniques such as light divine travel, shadow step, and even light and shadow escape, but he couldn't use them openly for the time being. He needed a movement technique as a cover. After he perfected the low-tier Jade martial skill, it should be able to reach the mid-tier Jade level. It should be more than enough for temporary use. As for martial skills, he already had the Meteor Sword Art and the Seal of Eternal Life. It was definitely enough. Unless it was a higher-level martial skill, he wouldn't waste time. I'll choose the Moon-Stepping Meteor Steps. Chapter 2196. Moon-Stepping Meteor Steps? It's a bit difficult to master. Without a certain foundation, it's hard to use it freely. Of course, if he succeeded in cultivating it, this Moonlight Meteor Steps would be one of the most outstanding low-tier Jade grade movement techniques in terms of speed, height, and dodging. Your eyesight is really sharp. Fengru glanced at Ling Xiao and said, then I'll take it. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be bad at the so-called foundation of movement technique. His movement technique was already the best in the world. Martial artists who were much stronger than him might not be able to catch up with him. When he was in Yuhua Town, he also created his own meteor steps. Of course, it was much weaker than this moon-stepping meteor steps, but he had a foundation. He believed that it would be easier for him to cultivate it. All right, you guys go and cultivate first. I'll help you with the work that third senior brother gave me. Anyway, my aptitude isn't that good. No matter how hard I work, I won't be able to surpass geniuses like you. Fengru smiled and said, thank you, senior sister Feng. Ling Xiao nodded and left. He naturally wouldn't forget Fengru's loyalty. When he had the chance, he would help this girl. Seeing that Ling Xiao had left, Chanhee also took the saber art he chose and went back to cultivate. There were fewer disciples on Black Immortal Mountain, so they could have their own room each. This was much better than other Immortal Mountains. After Ling Xiao obtained the moon-treading meteor steps, he began to cultivate it. A mere low-tier jade-grade martial art was not a problem to him at all. From afternoon to night, he only used 3 to 4 hours of time to cultivate the moonlight-stepping meteor steps to the large success stage. Although it wasn't as good as his light flash godly steps and shadow steps, it was much better than the previous meteor steps. Moreover, because of the cultivation of the movement technique, his cultivation had once again increased slightly. It was late at night, and it was the time to cultivate. Ling Xiao planned to devour all the demonic seeds and try to break through to the half-step yin-yang realm as soon as possible. Xinchong and Mo Feiyu were eyeing him covetously. The 3 people on Black Immortal Mountain were not to be trifled with. There were still 3 days before the entrance trial. He needed to have strength as a foundation. He came here to cultivate. How could he waste the abundant heaven and earth spirit chi of Black Immortal Mountain? But when he sat down cross-legged and was about to consume the demonic seeds, a figure suddenly flashed outside the room. Deacon Ruoxian, come in. Ling Xiao hid the demonic seed again and looked outside the house as he spoke. Hee, I didn't expect your vigilance to be so high. I thought I could approach you silently, but I didn't expect you to notice me so quickly. Lin Ruoxian's laughter came from outside the house. Then, a celestial figure flew in. That's nothing. If Deacon Xian is too strong, it would be impossible for him to completely hide his aura. Ling looked indifferently to Deacon. This woman had helped him many times, so he naturally had to repay her kindness. However, it was impossible for him to completely trust this woman. Or Deacon, of reincarnate to of the world of the world of the world. Duh. What kind of people had he not seen before? He had seen a few women who looked gentle on the surface but had the heart of a snake and scorpion. He had to slowly observe what kind of person Lin Ruoxian was. Feng Ru was the same. Ling Xiao would not trust anyone at first. He would slowly get to know her. But on the surface, he still had to show intimacy. No matter what, Lin Ruoxian had treated him well. He could not be ungrateful. Do you know why I came to find you tonight? Lin Ruoxian stood at the window and asked indifferently. She looked like a fairy. I don't know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 2 things. Lin Ruoxian said. First, we want to know your identity before you reincarnated. Second, we want to know if you have any enemies after you reincarnated. Please forgive me for not being able to answer the first thing. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Second, I have a lot of enemies after I reincarnated. The Shin family, the Zhou family, and the Devil Shadow sect. I know the Shin family and the Zhou family, but I have never heard of the Devil Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian sighed and said, I'll give you a suggestion. Go to the Shin family and the Zhou family and ask for forgiveness. As long as they don't kill you, you can accept anything. As for the Devil Shadow sect, I don't know and can't give you any suggestions. But the Devil Shadow sect has nothing to do with my 8 Immortal Mountain. If they find trouble with you, we can help protect you. Ask for forgiveness? That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. I knew you would answer like that. Lin Ruoxian looked out of the window and sighed. Let me tell you this. The Shin family and the Zhou family are of our 8 Immortal Mountain. Our upper echelons are made up of the Lin family, the Zhou family, and the Shin family. If you don't apologize to them, I really don't want you to stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain. The 3 great families can control the 8 Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao asked. Not necessarily. At least the sect master is not a member of the 3 great families, and some of the middle and upper echelons are not either. But the 3 great families can indeed influence many things. Lin Ruoxian replied, Then it doesn't matter. Among the 3 great families, the Lin family had no enmity with him, and Lin Yuan of the Lin family was one of his people. So he didn't need to leave the 8 Immortal Mountain. Up to you. I hope you don't regret it. Lin Ruoxian glanced at Ling Xiao, as if he had already guessed that this would be the result. Martial artists who had reincarnated were more arrogant than ordinary martial artists. How could they possibly go and beg for forgiveness? Wouldn't that be humiliating? Then let's talk about another thing. Are you sure you don't want to tell us about your past? Lin Ruoxian asked. Yes. Then you will never be a core disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian sighed and said, The Eight Immortal Mountain will not impart the sect's secret techniques to disciples who can't control it. Let's talk about this later. Ling Xiao didn't want to be tangled up in this issue. If his cultivation didn't recover to the rebirth realm, he would never reveal his identity. This was something no one could change. All right then. You continue to cultivate. I'm leaving. Lin Ruoxian came quickly and left quickly. This person didn't seem to have any personal feelings. He came to find Ling Xiao purely for business. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes as he sent Lin Ruoxian away. Suddenly, he said, "Looks like I have to hurry up and cultivate. This Eight Immortal Mountain is also full of danger. And it seems that I can't count on them to help the Ling family deal with the Devil Shadow sect. This Devil Shadow sect is so mysterious that even Lin Ruoxian doesn't know about it. It's definitely not simple." He closed his eyes and devoured the demonic seeds one by one. As the room was filled with black qi, Ling Xiao converted the demonic seeds into his own cultivation. Chapter 2197. No, at this time, I need to refine some heavenly abode spirit pills, and I need to refine higher grade ones to help me break through. Looking at the sky, Ling Xiao quietly stepped out of the house and prepared to go to the Eight Immortal City to buy the materials to refine heavenly abode spirit pills. Stop! Who would have thought that just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the door, he was stopped by a voice. He frowned and recognized that it was his third senior brother Feng Yu. I wonder what senior brother Feng Yu wants to do? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Help me run an errand and go to the Eight Immortal City to buy some Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's dragon wine." Feng Yu said. Ling Xiao thought that since it was on the way, there was no need to argue with this person. So he nodded and said, "No problem. Where is the money?" "Money? Do you need money to buy wine for your senior brother? Hurry up and come back within 2 hours. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Feng Yu said indifferently. "Understood." Ling Xiao sneered. "You dare to drink the wine I bought? Didn't anyone tell you that you would rather offend the king of hell than an alchemist?" He agreed readily, quickened his pace, and hurried down the mountain and left in a hurry. From here to the Eight Immortal City, if he didn't use the teleportation array, it would take a long time and it would be very dangerous. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already made a two-way teleportation array to the Eight Immortal City. This was based on the one used by Lin Mao. Others couldn't make a teleportation array of this level, but it was easy for him. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Xiao activated a teleportation portal in a very secluded place and directly teleported to the Eastern Pass. Then he entered the Eight Immortal City from the East Pass. Because he was worried that the Xin family and Zhou family would cause trouble, he first disguised himself. Then he went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The scale of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortal City was comparable to the former Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Ling Xiao stepped into the trading company and didn't reveal his identity, nor did he use his VIP card. He went straight to the place where medicinal herbs were sold and bought the medicinal herbs needed to refine the heavenly spiritual pill. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Catch the thief!" The Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm actually had thieves who dared to steal? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. However, the bodyguards of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were not weak. There was no need for him to take action. The thief was quickly caught. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to watch such a boring show. He turned around and chose to leave. But at this moment, the thief pointed at him and shouted, "Boss, don't leave me alone." It was this voice that caused Ling Xiao to be surrounded by people. As expected of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm, even this ordinary bodyguard was a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to explain, a rather unruly female voice suddenly sounded. I knew you weren't a good person just now. Sneaking around and wearing shabby clothes, you actually wandered around the trading company's medicine store for so long. It turns out that you were in cahoots with this little thief." He raised his eyes and looked at the unruly face. She was very unfamiliar. She was about 20 years old and dressed very ordinarily. At a glance, he knew that she was just a staff member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. "Miss, malicious words hurt people. It's better not to jump to conclusions without any real evidence. Ling Xiao looked at the woman indifferently and said. The woman's beautiful face looked very disgusting at this moment. No real evidence? You have already been betrayed by your own people. How can you still be so pretentious? Catch him for me. How dare he cause trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? He really doesn't want to live anymore. The woman waved her hand and said coldly. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw the smug smile at the corner of the thief's eyes. He suddenly understood that the moment he entered the Eight Immortals city, he had probably been recognized by others. This was simply a trap. Someone deliberately framed him. Was it the Xin family? Or the Zhou family? It didn't matter who it was. In short, he was very clear that he had been framed. However, Ling Xiao was not a person who would wait for death. Moreover, the strongest of these bodyguards was only a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist with level 10 strength cultivation. How could he be afraid? More than 10 people surrounded him. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground and disappeared instantly like a meteor. When he reappeared, he was already beside the thief. He directly lifted the thief and asked coldly, "Who asked you to frame me? Tell me and I can let you die quickly. Otherwise, I will make your whole family suffer." Hee, boss, why don't you recognize me? We have been working together for more than 10 years. The thief laughed and said, "Crack." Ah! Exclamations sounded in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. This was because the thief's right arm was cut off by Ling Xiao. The thief screamed continuously and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense with him. Still the same question. Answer me. Boss, This time, before the thief could finish his words, his other arm was cut off. Do you know what a human swine is? Don't provoke me. Otherwise, no amount of money can buy your life back. Ling Xiao's cold voice reached the thief's ears. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The thief finally lost control of his bladder. It's Zhou. Suddenly, a silver needle shot out from the crowd. However, it did not hit the thief. Ling Xiao blocked it with his sword and nailed it to a nearby pillar. It's that bastard Zhou Feng. He actually wanted to kill me to silence me. That little bastard. The thief finally cursed loudly. At least you know what's good for you. I'll return these 2 arms to you. If I reattach them in time, they can still recover. Scram, Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at the thief. The thief turned around and hurried out of the crowd. Ling Xiao looked back at the woman from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and said, "Did you hear what he said? How do I know if you were in cahoots?" The woman was still looking for trouble. Fine. You said that I stole something from your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Take out the evidence. Otherwise, you have seen my methods. I will definitely make you pay the price. Ling Xiao looked at the woman coldly. He had already explained the matter clearly. The thief had also admitted it. Yet, this person still wanted to target him. Why did you go to the pharmacy? The woman asked. Are you out of your mind? I went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I saw that you went to many shops with precious medicinal herbs. Those things are very expensive. Do you have the money to buy them? The woman straightened her neck. She seemed to have determined that Ling Xiao was a thief. Muzi, shut up. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a move, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao turned his head to look. His pupils could not help but shrink. Chapter 2198. A terrifying aura was released from this person's body. This fellow was much more powerful than Mo Feiyu. Shopkeeper. Muzi was shocked. She had never seen the shopkeeper as angry as he was today. How many times have I told you not to judge a book by its cover? Don't suspect a customer. Don't you have a brain? The shopkeeper glanced at Muzi and coldly said, This esteemed guest spending in our medicine shop is already enough to qualify as a novice VIP, a junior VIP. Muzi opened her mouth wide in surprise. A junior VIP required customers to spend more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. Even in the entire Eight Immortal City, only a few people could achieve this. Even among the 3 great families, there weren't many people who could take out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. Therefore, it wasn't easy to get a Sky Dragon trading firm VIP card. At that moment, the way Muzi looked at Ling Xiao changed completely. She hurriedly apologized respectfully. I'm sorry, esteemed customer. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I looked down on you. How much is an apology worth? Ling Xiao said faintly. Esteemed customer, I am Lin Fengyuan, the shopkeeper of this trading firm. In view of the negative impact our staff has brought to you, we are willing to publicly apologize and refund you 20% of the purchase price. What do you think? The middle-aged man said after some thought. This person knew how to conduct himself. In fact, a junior VIP wasn't qualified to be received by the shopkeeper personally. However, Lin Fengyuan still came out. In the Eight Immortal City, a junior VIP was considered a very high-class existence. He didn't dare neglect it. All right, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't forgive people. Shopkeeper Liu, can we talk in private? Ling Xiao had come to the Sky Dragon trading firm today to buy medicinal herbs and do some other things. That was to find treasures for the Shun Dian and his master, the Yuan Venerate, that could nurture the soul. He had seen them in the trading firm before. They did have them, but the quality was too poor and they couldn't be used at all. Therefore, he wanted to ask shopkeeper Liu to see if he had them. In the past, Ling Xiao and Princess Yun Yu's transactions had been carried out in secret. He had long been used to this. All right, this way please. Lin Fengyuan knew that he might have met a big customer today. Although he did not know the identity of this young man, he was definitely not an ordinary person since he could take out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at once. Furthermore, the strength that he had displayed earlier was also very outstanding for his age. Such a person was definitely someone they had to win over. After Lin Fengyuan and Ling Xiao left, Muzi let out a deep breath. If that Ling Xiao was an unforgiving person, then with shopkeeper Lin Fengyuan's temper, she, Muzi, would definitely have to suffer today. After entering the VIP room, Ling Xiao went straight to the point and said what he wanted. High-quality soul-nurturing treasures are not easy to find. Lin Fengyuan frowned. Spirit stones are not a problem. I know your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has the ability to do so. Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right. To be honest, our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has recently obtained some soul-nourishing treasures. Moreover, the quality of those treasures is quite good. However, the price for them is also astonishing. Lin Fengyuan said. How much? Ling Xiao asked. It's a kind of soul-nourishing gem. As long as you wear it, you can use it for at least a month. It can nourish your soul for a long time. Therefore, the price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per piece. Lin Fengyuan tentatively set a price. 50,000 per piece. I'll take as many as you have. Ling Xiao's answer was also very straightforward. Hee, little brother is really straightforward. All right, 50,000 it is. Let's consider it as making friends. I have a total of 10 such gems in my hand. Although Ling Xiao directly cut the price in half, Lin Fengyuan did not continue to bargain because this price was still a big profit for him. In order not to offend Ling Xiao, the god of wealth, he agreed to the deal. Ling Xiao casually took out a Heavenly Dragon card and handed it to Lin Fengyuan. There are 1 million low-grade spirit stones in it. Check it and then directly deduct it. Would you like to apply for a VIP card? You can buy our things at a cheaper price in the future. Lin Fengyuan asked. I'm not interested in a junior VIP card. Ling Xiao shook his head. No, I'll apply for a senior VIP card for you. Lin Fengyuan said with a smile. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has always liked to make friends with promising young warriors like you. Although the senior VIP card is not the best VIP card in our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, you can buy everything in the future with a 30% discount and many other benefits. That's more like it. Ling Xiao certainly knew why the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company did this. In the past, when he traded with Princess Yunya, he did not reach the qualification of a top VIP, but he still got a top VIP card. Later, he was directly promoted to a special VIP. This was not because he spent a lot in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but because some of his qualifications were valued by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It was the same this time. Lin Fengyuan saw his potential and wanted to make friends with him, so he made him one of the rare senior VIPs in the Eight Immortal City. Please wait a moment. Not long after Lin Fengyuan left, He came back again with a brand new VIP card in his hand. In addition, there was the Heavenly Dragon card that Ling Xiao had just used. Thank you very much. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Shopkeeper, please continue to keep an eye out for these soul-nourishing treasures in the future. I want as many as you have. Ling Xiao stood up and turned to leave. Lin Fengyuan even saw him off personally. Muzi saw this scene and was even more shocked. He felt more and more scared in his heart. Fortunately, he did not hurt this young man just now. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Shopkeeper, what is his background? After Ling Xiao walked away, Muzi asked carefully. His background? A young man who can take out 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones at once. Do you think he has no power behind him? I suspect that he may be one of the 8 immortals on the 8 Immortals Mountain. Lin Fengyuan lowered his voice and said, in short, he will be a senior VIP of our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the future. After you see him, you must treat him with care. Don't be disrespectful. I understand. Muzi was also frightened. It was rumored that the 8 immortals of the 8 Immortals Mountain were very mysterious. The outside world knew very little, but what was certain was that once the 8 immortals were angry, the entire 8 Immortals city would be destroyed. No one could bear their anger. Since you know, go and do your work. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't be so muddle-headed like this time. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, even I may not be able to save you. At the same time, Ling Xiao had returned to the Black Immortal Mountain. Feng Yu and Feng Ru were waiting there. Chapter 2199. Ha ha ha, kid. You've done well. Senior brother will cover for you in the future. Feng Yu took the wine and left while drinking. Ling Xiao looked at his back coldly. Cover for me? Humph. You dare to drink the wine I bought after treating me like this? You must be tired of living. He put something in the wine. It was the life and death illusion powder that he developed before. Because Feng Yu's cultivation was higher, he deliberately increased the dosage. He didn't believe that this guy wouldn't fall for it. In the mystic world, strength was not the only thing that could kill people. There were many other things. Ling Xiao wasn't an alchemist for nothing. Ling Xiao, here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take it as me helping third senior brother to return it to you. Feng Ru took out a Heavenly Dragon card and prepared to transfer the spirit stones to Ling Xiao. Senior sister Feng, you have a total of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones in your card. You've worked hard to accumulate them over the years. If you give me 10,000 spirit stones, what will you use them for? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, I have plenty of spirit stones, so senior sister doesn't need to worry. Let's talk about business. I know that senior sister didn't come to me today for this matter. Feng Ru sighed and said, I've let you laugh at me. A dignified disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain is actually so poor. But there's nothing I can do about it. 8 Immortal Mountain rewards spirit stones according to the speed of cultivation. My cultivation has stopped at half-step Yin-Yang realm. It's been a long time since I reached the 10th level. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. I've inquired about the mission in 2 days. It might be a little troublesome. Troublesome? What kind of trouble? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Your entry trial mission will be a team mission. At that time, there will be high-level martial artists accompanying you to carry it out. Feng Ru replied, That's good. Why is it troublesome? Ling Xiao believed that Feng Ru must have something else to say. The troublesome thing is that the sect has confirmed that you, Xinchong, and Lin Yang will carry out the mission together. Feng Ru sighed. Xinchong? Lin Yang? Ling Xiao suddenly remembered what Lin Ruoxian had asked him last night. He hadn't answered or agreed to anything. Could it be that the sect was going to give up on him because of this? Or was there another reason? But isn't Lin Yang a servant disciple? How can he carry out missions? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Lin Yang is a member of the Lin family, and his aptitude is not bad. It would be easy for him to join the 8 Immortal Mountain as a disciple. Currently, he has been assigned to the Purple Immortal Mountain where Xinchong is. Feng Ru said, This sect is a microcosm of the whole society. Although the so-called system is complete and the rules are strict, it's actually not as good as you think. Networking is still an important factor. I understand. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He guessed that Xinqiang wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. Just as well, he could also use this opportunity to get rid of Xinqiang. Anyway, it was normal to die while doing missions outside. He hoped that Xinqiang and Lin Yang wouldn't be stupid. Otherwise, he would definitely not show mercy. Now that he had bought all the herbs needed to refine the Grotto Heaven spiritual pill, it would be very easy for him to break through to the advanced half-step Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he would be able to fight Xinqiang even without using the diabolical dragon seal. If he used the diabolical dragon seal, Xinqiang would have to pray. "Aren't you worried or afraid?" Feng Ru asked. "It's useless to worry or be afraid. Unless I choose to leave the 8 Immortal Mountain, I might be able to avoid this disaster. And if I leave without saying goodbye, I'll be betraying the sect. The 8 Immortal Mountain won't let me go, right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Someone wants me dead, but I can't die yet." "Right, senior sister, let me ask you something." Ling Xiao no longer thought about the mission. After all, he couldn't change the sect's arrangement. Since he couldn't change it, there was no point in thinking about it. If Xinqiang wanted to die, he couldn't stop him. He suddenly thought of another matter. "Ask away. As long as I know, I'll tell you." Feng Ru nodded. "Have you heard of Ling Yan?" When Ling Xiao came to the 8 Immortal City, he took Ling Yan's identity card, but he didn't use it. He was worried that something might go wrong. At this time, he asked about Ling Yan because he wanted to know about Ling Yan after Ling Yan entered the samsara. Sure. Hearing this name, Feng Ru's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly covered Ling Xiao's mouth and whispered, "Do you want to die? This person's name is taboo in the 8 Immortals Mountain." "No way. I've investigated. Ling Yan should be the first-generation sect leader of the 8 Immortals Mountain." Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ru and said. Feng Ru looked around and confirmed that no one was around. Then she said, "You're right. Ling Yan is the first-generation sect leader of the 8 Immortals Mountain. He is also the most outstanding genius of the 8 Immortals Mountain. But it is said that after his cultivation reached the rebirth realm, he betrayed the sect, causing the death of the previous generation's deputy sect leader and 6 elders. Since then, this person has been removed from the 8 Immortals Mountain." What? Hearing Feng Ru's words, Ling Xiao was shocked. This was completely different from what Ling Yan said. Ling Yan once said that on the night of his samsara, he was besieged by several masked experts. He used all his strength to kill them. After that, he entered the samsara. Because of this, Ling Yan didn't dare to expose his identity and kept a low profile. Ling Xiao naturally believed Ling Yan's words more. This 8 Immortals Mountain seemed to be very deep. He really couldn't leave. Speaking of which, Ling Yan could be considered his good brother now. Ling Yan guarded Yuhua Town for him, so he should investigate the 8 Immortals Mountain clearly. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao set up a formation around the room and began to refine pills. 2 hours later, all the required medicinal pills were refined. He took out a few pills and gave them to Chen He. Since he wanted Chen He to work for him, he should at least give him some benefits. Otherwise, why would he help him? Chen He was also a rebirth realm martial artist. Although he didn't look like much now, his future achievements would definitely be great. When Chen He saw the pills, he was naturally moved. Although he wasn't willing to go through fire and water, he gradually made up his mind to work with Ling Xiao. The Grotto Heaven Spiritual Essence Pill was a perfect Grotto Heaven Spiritual Essence Pill. It couldn't be bought even at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. But Ling Xiao had it. With these pills, his breakthrough to the Yin-Yang realm was just around the corner. After giving the pills, Ling Xiao began to cultivate in seclusion. 2 days later, he stepped out of the straw hut. His face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. Obviously, his strength had greatly improved again. With his strength improved, it would be safer to carry out this mission. Unless Xinqiang was obedient, he would definitely take that guy's life. Chapter 2200. After breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, Chun-He's status among the 8 Immortals would be much higher. Naturally, he would be very happy. "I wish us all success in the mission." Chun-He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and then turned to leave. He was going to carry out the mission with Zhou Tong, and there should be other disciples from other mountains. Some people had put in a lot of effort. They knew that Ling Xiao and Qin He had a good relationship, so they deliberately separated them and did not give them a chance to work together. Naturally, it would be easier to deal with them. At this moment, Feng Ru had also arrived. Looking at Ling Xiao, she sighed and said, "Are you sure you want to carry out the mission? Actually, you can choose to give up. At worst, you can just return to being an odd-job disciple. With your ability, you will be able to quickly return. There is no need for that. If I shrink back this time, I will only think of shrinking back when I encounter difficulties in the future. Then, I will be finished." If it was something he could not solve, Ling Xiao might choose to shrink back. However, Emir Xinchong was not qualified to make him give up. "Fine, then come with me." Xinchong and Lin Yang are waiting at the foot of the mountain. Feng Ru saw that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so she did not persuade him anymore. She immediately led Ling Xiao down the mountain. While walking, she gave him a general introduction of the mission. On the surface, the mission this time is relatively simple. It has something to do with the first stage of the entrance examination. Although most of the bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold were killed, some still escaped. These people fled to the vicinity of North Peak Town, burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes. Your mission is to completely eliminate these bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Can't the people of North Peak Town deal with them? Ling Xiao asked. I'm afraid not. North Peak Town can pay a lot of money to ask for help from the Eight Immortals Mountain. The bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold are not as simple as they seem. Therefore, you must not only be careful of Xinchong, but also this group of bandits. Feng Ru reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he still couldn't figure it out, he was confident that he could face the remaining bandits now that his cultivation had improved. Moreover, he also liked the demonic seeds in the bodies of the bandits, which were of great help to his cultivation. The two of them walked down the Black Immortal Mountain and saw a huge Imperial Wind Eagle squatting there. Seeing the two of them, the Imperial Wind Eagle suddenly turned its head and let out a sharp cry. Oh? The Imperial Wind Eagle should be a demonic beast specially raised by the Shin family. It is said that the Imperial Wind Eagle's strength is at the early stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. When it fully matures, it will be able to reach the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Are we going to ride this thing on this mission? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Oh, isn't this junior brother Ling? You've finally come. That's right. This is our Chun family's Imperial Wind Eagle. This time, I'm indebted to the sect for thinking highly of me, allowing me to assist you in completing your mission. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Can we write off what happened before? Seeing Ling Xiao, Xinchong walked over with a smile. Although his words were still considered pleasant to the ears, that pretentious manner really made people feel somewhat disgusted. I'm afraid that even though I hope to write off what happened, some people are still holding a grudge in their hearts. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I hope that we can have a pleasant cooperation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that some people won't be able to return this time. Xinchong's expression changed slightly, then he smiled and said to Feng Ru, Junior Sister Feng, you should go back. Don't tell me that you're still worried with me here. Of course I'm not worried. North Peak Town is also one of the territories of the Eight Immortal Mountain. We have people there. If Senior Brother Shin encounters any trouble that you can't solve, you can go there for help. Although Feng Ru was young, she was quite shrewd. She was clearly warning Xinchong not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the Eight Immortal Mountain would soon find out what happened. Hee, Junior Sister Feng really cares about this junior brother of yours. But don't forget, there's a chance of dying while carrying out a mission. Anyone can die. Xinchong did not care about Feng Ru's warning at all. The reason why he could go on a mission with Ling Xiao this time was, of course, not because of his own ability. Someone was helping him from behind. That person was naturally Mo Feiyu. With Mo Feiyu's personality, how could he let Ling Xiao live well after suffering a setback? Because of this, there was this mission. This was something that even Lin Ruoxian could not interfere with. Mo Feiyu's ability was that great. Feng Ru was angry, but there was nothing she could do. She had to admit that she was too weak to protect her junior brother and junior sister. Was what happened in the past going to happen again? She sighed helplessly, feeling a little hopeless. In fact, Although there were traitors in the Black Immortal Mountain before, they were not as weak as they were now. The reason for this was that they had been schemed against. Every time there was a new disciple in the Black Immortal Mountain, they would be killed or driven away. She still clearly remembered that a junior sister died in front of her, but she could not do anything about it. In the end, when she reported it to the sect, it was left unsettled. There was no other reason except that the 8 Immortal Mountain was under the control of the 3 big families. Unless you entered the 8 Immortal Mountain, you would be courting death if you became an enemy of the 3 big families. Ling Xiao, don't die. Feng Ru could only pray secretly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's all get on the Imperial Wind Eagle. Shen Chong was the first to jump on, followed by Lin Yang. When Ling Xiao was about to get on, the Imperial Wind Eagle suddenly stood up and flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. It seemed to want to send Ling Xiao flying. Shen Chong, what are you doing? Feng Ru naturally knew that this was Shen Chong's doing. They had not even left the 8 Immortal Mountain, and Shen Chong had already started to deal with Ling Xiao. His guts were really big. Senior sister, he can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao's voice was heard, and a terrifying killing intent was suddenly aimed at the Imperial Wind Eagle. The originally excited Imperial Wind Eagle immediately squatted down, and its body was still trembling. It's good that you're obedient. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded as he stood on the Imperial Wind Eagle. As for Shan Chong and Lin Yang, they were lying on the feathers. Because when the Imperial Wind Eagle was flying, there would be astral winds. If they were not careful, they might be thrown down from the top. This brat is courting death. Shen Chong looked at Ling Xiao and secretly sneered. Perhaps he did not even need to make a move, and this idiot would die in the astral winds. He did not know why the Imperial Wind Eagle suddenly squatted down to let Ling Xiao up. If he knew, he would not think this way. On a certain mountain peak of the 8 Immortal Mountain, one could clearly see the Imperial Wind Eagle soaring in the sky. You're satisfied with this? Your heart is smaller than a needle's eye. There were 2 people standing on the mountain peak. Chapter 2201. You can say whatever you want. I, Mo Feiyu, will not allow anyone to go against me. Standing behind Lin Ruoxian with a sinister smile was Mo Feiyu. You weren't like this before. Ever since you lost to that person, you've become paranoid. Lin Ruoxian sighed and said, and don't you think that this Ling Xiao is very similar to that person? You're targeting him now. Sooner or later, you'll get your retribution. Don't mention that person to me. He's now a traitor of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Mo Feiyu sneered and said, and do you think that Ling Xiao can come back alive? Shen Chong can't kill him. Lin Ruoxian shook his head and said, I chose him to enter the sect, so I'm very clear about this little guy's talent and ability. I don't expect Shen Chong to kill him. Hee, don't you think there's something wrong with this mission? Mo Feiyu's smile became even more sinister. Beifeng Town is your hometown. Lin Ruoxian suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. If this mission was a trap, then how could a mere Ling Xiao come back alive? You've really put in a lot of effort to deal with a little kid. Lin Ruoxian looked at Mo Feiyu and said, you've completely fallen. Our previous relationship is completely terminated from today onwards. I, Lin Ruoxian, don't have a friend like you. Then, she turned and left. Looking at Lin Ruoxian's back, Mo Feiyu said to himself eerily, what's a woman? When I control the entire 8 Immortals Mountain, you won't be able to escape from me. The speed of the Imperial Wind Eagle might not be comparable to Ling Xiao's own speed, but it was very comfortable to sit on it. On the way from the 8 Immortals County to Beifeng Town, Ling Xiao had been on guard against Shen Chong, but this guy didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He didn't think that Shen Chong suddenly had a conscience. There must be another reason. Perhaps this trip to North Feng Town was really a trap. Even so, Ling Xiao had no intention of backing down. Ever since he started learning martial arts, every time he encountered difficulties, he would face them head-on. This was what forged his fearless character and terrifying willpower. As long as he didn't die, he wouldn't despair. Before arriving at North Peak Town, Shen Chong put away the Imperial Wind Eagle. This kind of big guy might not be much in the 8 Immortals County, but in the town, it would definitely cause a big sensation. Once that happened, the news of them coming here would be exposed. Therefore, Shunchong was not stupid and kept a low profile. The moment he stepped into North Feng Town, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a strong killing intent. Although this killing intent had been cleverly concealed, in the end, it was unable to escape his powerful soul force. There's something wrong with this North Peak town. Ling Xiao was secretly cautious as he followed Shunchong and Lin Yang towards the North Peak town's guardian mansion. Shunchong and Lin Yang were far away from Ling Xiao as they conversed in low voices. Shunchong said coldly, "Lin Yang, I know that your Lin family has some relationship with Ling Xiao, but no matter what happens later, you better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even you will die." Lin Yang suddenly shivered. He felt that something was wrong when he was pulled out for a mission this time. How could Shunchong be so kind? This time, not only did Shunchong want to kill Ling Xiao, but he might also scheme against the Lin family and make him die here. In this way, people would think that Ling Xiao killed Lin Yang, and Shunchong killing Ling Xiao was a matter of course. Not only that, the Lin family would definitely massacre Yuhua Town to avenge him. This Shunchong was really insidious. Lin Yang was not stupid. He thought of this, but he didn't say it out loud. If Shunchong knew that he had seen through everything, he would probably be killed immediately. Don't worry, Lin Yang. As long as you don't say anything, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Shunchong patted Lin Yang's shoulder lightly and smiled. But in Lin Yang's eyes, this guy's smile was like a ferocious beast. Not only was it sinister, but it was also vicious. It was a scary smile that could devour people. Mo family? Ling Xiao came to the entrance of the defender's residence and noticed that there was a big courtyard with two big words written on it. At that moment, he seemed to understand a lot. Why did he feel such a terrifying, murderous aura after entering the town? Mo Feiyu's surname was also Mo. This Mo family was probably related to Mo Feiyu. Ling Xiao, why aren't you moving? Shunchong turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao as he asked in annoyance. You go your own way. Why are you so concerned about me? Ling Xiao stood there without moving because he had a feeling that the defender's residence was definitely not a good place. SK, did this kid notice? Shunchong curled his lips and waved his hand. Let's move. There's no need to wait any longer. Following his voice, many warriors suddenly ran out of the Mo family's courtyard. These warriors all had extraordinary cultivations. At the very least, they were much stronger than the warriors in Ascension Town. Of course, this was not the problem. The problem was that the head of the Mo family, Mo Yuan, who was also the defender of the North Peak town, threw out a formation refining stone. In just a moment, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were trapped in the formation. Origin Vajra formation. Ling Xiao recognized this formation, but he felt that it was a little strange. The Origin Vajra formation was supposed to be a defensive formation that could create a strong defense and prevent external enemies from hurting him. Why did the Mo family do this? Just as he was puzzled, the Origin Vajra formation suddenly opened up 4 channels. 4 ferocious beasts crawled out of the 4 channels. 3 of them were at the half-step Yin-Yang realm, level 10. One of them was at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm, level 1 of hell. Now he understood what the Mo family wanted to do. He also understood why Shunchong did not make a move along the way. It turned out that the trap had already been prepared and was waiting for him to jump in. What should we do? Ling Xiao, Shunchong must want us to die so that the Lin family can deal with Ascension Town. Lin Yang was plotted against, so of course he had to stand on the same side as Ling Xiao. He's dreaming. Ling Xiao sneered and said, From now on, you have to listen to everything I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you first and then find Shunchong to settle the score. If possible, he did not want to kill Lin Yang. Saving Lin Yang would definitely be more beneficial to him than killing him. After all, he could not offend all 3 major families in the 8 Immortals city. It was crucial to maintain a good relationship with the Lin family. I'll listen to you. Lin Yang nodded and said. Seeing how calm Ling Xiao was, he suddenly felt a spark of hope. Even Mo Feiyu could not kill Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao must have some ability. This time, he might be able to save him. As long as he could get out, he would make Shunchong pay the price. Chapter 2202. Can you handle a half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10 demonic beast if I give you one? Ling Xiao asked. Hey, Ling Xiao, don't underestimate me. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm still a genius disciple of the Lin family. I can handle a demonic beast of the same cultivation level. Lin Yang smiled. Good. You focus on the demonic beast to the east. Leave the other three to me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, and he tore through the sky like a shooting star. With just one strike, a ferocious demonic beast was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. You're so strong. Looks like we've all underestimated you. Lin Yang was shocked. Don't just be envious. Focus on the battle. Ling Xiao scolded. Understood. Unconsciously, Lin Yang began to listen to Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was Ling Xiao's stunning strike that made him realize how powerful Ling Xiao was. People always like to listen to the words of the strong, and Lin Yang was no exception. When Lin Yang started fighting, the Yin-Yang realm demonic beast had already caught up to Ling Xiao and started attacking. Ling Xiao could easily suppress a half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10 demonic beast, but with his current cultivation level, it was still difficult for him to kill a Yin-Yang realm level 10 demonic beast quickly. Moreover, he was being attacked by two demonic beasts. Well, it's a good opportunity to practice the new half-step meteor steps. I haven't used it many times in actual combat. While Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were fighting, outside the Chaos Energy Diamond Array, Mo Yuan saluted Shinchong and said, Greetings, Lord Shinchong of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Please get up. Your senior brother Mo's father. Senior brother Mo took care of me a lot in the Eight Immortal Mountain. How could I accept such a great greeting from you? Shinchong hurriedly helped Mo Yuan up. However, he was a little surprised. Mo Yuan was only the guard of the North Peak town, but his cultivation level was already at the Yin-Yang realm level 1. He was slightly stronger than Shinchong. This was probably all thanks to Mo Feiyu. Seriously, Feiyu. If he had let this town take action, we could have easily killed Ling Xiao and Lin Yang. There's no need for him to use the Chaos Vajra formation. We won't even be able to watch the show. Mo Yuan seemed a little dissatisfied. The primordial Vajra array could not be seen from the outside, but it could be seen from the inside. This was because this was a defensive array formation to begin with. It was actually beneficial to the cultivators inside. After being remodeled by the Mo clan, it looked more like a cage. Ha ha ha, Defender Mo. Why are you so concerned? I believe that senior apprentice brother Mo is doing this because he wants to imitate the Eight Immortal Mountain, sending people to investigate. Of course, no one cared about Ling Xiao's death, but Lin Yang's death was something the Lin family would never let go of. Letting them die in the hands of demonic beasts is the best choice. Shinchong smiled and said, Now that you mention it, I understand. Let's go, little brother. Don't bother about those two pieces of trash. They'll be dead in half an hour at most. Let's go for a drink. Mo Yuan touched his bald head. He finally understood Mo Feiyu's thoughts and felt much better. At the table, Mo Yuan served Shun Chong the best wine in North Feng Town. The two gradually talked about the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Guardian Mo, is it true about the bandits? Shun Chong asked. Sigh. To be honest, little brother, the bandit incident is true. Those guys' whereabouts are too strange. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to deal with them. Mo Yuan sighed and said, Now that little brother is here, we'll definitely be able to catch all the bandits in one fell swoop if we work together. That's right. They're just bandits. The strongest among them is only at half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10. As long as we work together well, the credit for this mission will be yours and mine. As for Ling Xiao and Lin Yang, they can only wait for the good news in hell. Shinchong smiled. Of course, he didn't accept this mission just to kill Ling Xiao. In Shinchong's opinion, killing Ling Xiao was just a piece of cake. He had more important things to do. That was to kill the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Mo Feiyu told him that the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold had a very powerful forbidden technique. They cultivated by sucking human blood. The more human blood they sucked, the faster their cultivation would increase. Sucking the blood of martial artists with high cultivation would increase their cultivation even more. Mo Feiyu meant for Shanchong to get the manual and give it to him. However, Shun Chong had other thoughts. Why should he give such a good thing to others? It would be great if he could use it himself. He didn't care how terrifying and evil sucking blood was. In the mystic world, there was no distinction between good and evil, only the strong and the weak. No matter what martial arts it was, as long as it could increase a martial artist's cultivation faster, it would be a rare treasure. This was the most direct purpose of Shun Chong's visit to North Feng Town. Guardian Mo, do you have any idea where that group of people is? Shun Chong asked. When he thought about how he could obtain that terrifying secret technique and increase his cultivation, even Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian wouldn't be able to suppress him. The excitement made him lose his basic judgment of danger. Of course, we've investigated for a long time. We can confirm that the bandits are in the barren mountains near North Feng Town. We know their approximate location, but without your help, it'll be difficult to stop them. They're too cunning. Mo Yuan nodded. Good. Since that's the case, let's act immediately. When we return, those two brats will probably be dead. Shun Chong stood up and said excitedly, No problem. When Mo Yuan stood up, an imperceptible sneer flashed across his eyes. However, Shun Chong had been thinking about the forbidden technique and didn't notice it at all. In fact, when Shun Chong and Mo Yuan were talking about the bandits, something strange happened in the Chaos Diamond Array. It was something that Lin Yang would never forget. The 4 giant beasts were eaten by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a terrifying infernal demon dragon and circled in the Chaos Diamond Array as if he was absorbing nutrients. Poo-poo, this taste is really bad. The terrifying infernal demon dragon spat out all the filthy things, as if it wasn't satisfied with the taste of the 4 beasts. Lin Yang. Lin Yang was shocked when he heard the terrifying giant beast call his name. He was afraid that he would be swallowed by this guy. What's there to be afraid of? With your physique, you're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Give me all the spiritual stones you have. Ling Xiao felt that after he swallowed the 4 beasts, the power in his body vibrated, and there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough. Originally, Mo Yuan wanted to use these beasts to kill him, but he didn't expect him to eat them directly. Chapter 2203. Okay. At this time, Lin Yang would agree to anything Ling Xiao asked. Not to mention the spirit stones on him. Even if it was all of his treasures, he would give them all to Ling Xiao. Because he did not want to die. Ling Xiao's strength left a terrifying impression on him. He did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. As expected of a disciple of the Lin family, you have quite a lot of spiritual stones. It should be enough. Ling Xiao smiled and swallowed the 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Breaking through had to be extravagant. It was impossible to not be willing to invest. To put it simply, a breakthrough in one's cultivation was like filling up one lake after another. The thing that filled up the lake was naturally energy. As long as the lake was filled up with energy, with the help of certain opportunities, a larger lake or even an ocean could be opened. This process continued. Energy was always the most important thing. Roar. After swallowing all the spiritual stones, the infernal demon dragon let out a loud dragon roar. Half-step yin-yang realm, level 10 strength. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's breakthrough did not stop. This time, the energy from swallowing the 4 beasts was terrifying. After breaking through, the huge lake was filled up with energy again. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to use the yin-yang hell pill. Others only needed 1 yin-yang hell pill to break through to the yin-yang realm. However, a reincarnation realm martial artist needed at least 2. As for Ling Xiao, he needed 10 to have a chance of breaking through. However, after breaking through, his strength also increased tenfold. Compared to other martial artists, he was much stronger. Seeing Ling Xiao casually swallow the precious yin-yang hell pills, and 10 of them at once, Lin Yang was truly envious and shocked. Even in the 3 major families of the 8 immortal city, the yin-yang hell pill was extremely rare. He needed one now, but he could not get it. It was difficult to buy it even if he had money. Do you want it? Ling Xiao's huge dragon head looked down at Lin Yang and asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Yang swallowed his saliva and said. As long as he had the yin-yang hell pill, he believed that he could break through to the yin-yang realm. You are nobody to me. Why should I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I, Lin Yang, owe my life to you. If I can get the yin-yang hell pill from you, I swear that I will be loyal to you and never betray you. Lin Yang raised his hand and swore. All right, I will trust you this time. Ling Xiao gave one yin-yang hell pill to Lin Yang. For him, Lin Yang was a necessary friend. As long as he could gain Lin Yang's loyalty, he would have more power in the 8 Immortals County. Thank you. Lin Yang swallowed the pill and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. At this time, Ling Xiao did not have the time to pay attention to him, because Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the yin-yang hell pill's medicinal effects had already begun. When this kind of pill took effect, there would be a kind of awe-inspiring feeling, as if the water of the underworld river had directly poured into the meridians, and there would be injuries to the internal meridians. But these were things that had to be experienced. As the saying goes, one cannot see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. To Ling Xiao, this little bit of pain was nothing. A terrifying gate of hell appeared above his head. It was the gate of hell of the first level, hell of tongue ripping. This gate of hell was 10 times bigger than the one above Lin Yang's head. Not only that, but the terrifying aura was also much stronger. Ling Xiao could feel that everything in hell seemed to have become stronger. It was much stronger than before the first transition. In that case, his 18 hell talismans and hell sword technique would probably be more powerful. This was a really good harvest. With the first experience, it was very easy for Ling Xiao to break through to the yin-yang realm for the second time. The temptation and pain in the gate of hell did not affect him at all. Instead, it strengthened his soul power. Keep. The infernal demon dragon's huge mouth let out a muffled voice. The gate of hell was also sucked in. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt his current cultivation base. He was really a little excited. After entering the reincarnation realm, he had cultivated all the way to the yin-yang realm. Although it did not seem long, it was very dangerous. If he was unlucky, he might have died in Yuhua Town. The path of entering the reincarnation realm was really not easy. But every time he broke through, he would discover the great benefits of entering the reincarnation realm. He could confirm that at the same cultivation level, a first transition martial artist was at least twice as strong as an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was even stronger, probably around 10 times stronger. Martial artists of the same cultivation level were not even worth mentioning in front of him. Shinchong, you probably didn't expect that after spending so much effort to trap me in this Origin Vajra formation, not only did you not kill me, you even helped me break through to the yin-yang realm. And the Mo family. What should I do after what you've done to me? Ling Xiao's huge dragon mouth revealed a cold smile. I might as well exterminate the Mo family. Mo Feiyu will definitely be very surprised. Ling Xiao did not want to provoke anyone, but Mo Feiyu had tried to kill him time and time again. The people of the Mo family had even tried to deal with him and turn him into a delicacy in the belly of a demonic beast. Not only that, but once he and Lin Yang died, the people of Yuhua Town would also not be able to escape death. Did they really want Ling Xiao to sympathize with such sinister intentions? Of course, that was impossible. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Yang. That fellow should still have some time before he broke through. He could take advantage of this time to exterminate the Mo family. With that thought, he immediately rushed out of the Origin Vajra formation that his master, Yuan Venerate, had broken through. His master, Yuan Venerate, could help him even more now because he had the soul-nurturing gem. When the infernal demon dragon tore through the Origin Vajra formation, Mo Yuan and Shen Chong had just left and headed to a nearby barren mountain. However, the Mo family still had many experts. These were all Mo Feiyu's family members. Roar. The infernal demon dragon let out a roar and terrifying black flames sprayed on the Mo family's courtyard and the guardian residence. In an instant, there were continuous screams. An absolute doomsday had begun in North Peak Town's Mo family. All of this was because of Mo Feiyu's desire to kill Ling Xiao, as well as the Mo family's desire to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never killed innocent people. However, if someone wanted to kill him, he naturally would not sympathize with them. As the flames burned, Ling Xiao suddenly saw a few strange fellows escape from the black flames. They should have been in the basement of the Guardian residence. These people actually had blood-red skull marks on their wrists. Demon Shadow Sect? Bloody Cave Stronghold? Chapter 2204. Haha, interesting. Looks like I killed the right person. I didn't expect the MO family to be in cahoots with the Devil Shadow Sect. This is really an accident. Ling Xiao found it unbelievable that the family of one of the 8 immortals on the 8 Immortals Mountain was from the Devil Shadow Sect. As for whether Mo Feiyu had anything to do with this, Ling Xiao had no idea. However, since he had encountered the Devil Shadow Sect, he naturally had to eliminate them. Seeing those fellows escape from the flames, Ling Xiao knew that their strength was not to be underestimated. The people from the Devil Shadow Sect did have some skills. Lin Yang, before I come back, destroy the Mo family. If I see anyone alive when I come back, you don't need to live anymore. Ling Xiao instructed Lin Yang before he returned to his original form and chased after the people from the Devil Shadow Sect. Those people headed straight for the Barren Mountain. Obviously, there should be another lair in the nearby Barren Mountain. After all, the Defender's mansion was in the town, so there were some shady things that they could not do. Ling Xiao did not take action along the way. Instead, he quietly followed them and let them help him find the lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold. Then, he killed them one by one. Boy, what are you doing? Just as Ling Xiao was about to destroy the corpses and head into the Bloody Cave Stronghold, a voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. His cultivation was at the early stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the past, Ling Xiao might have thought that this cultivation was very strong, but now it was nothing in his eyes. Old Third Mo looked at the boy in front of him and was surprised. The lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold was very secretive. Usually, only the people from the Bloody Cave Stronghold knew about it. How did this boy find out? Forget it. No matter how he found out, I'll kill him first. Old Third Mo received Mo Yuan's order to kill anyone who came within 1 mile of the Barren Mountain, except for his own people. Boy, you're unlucky to have met me, Old Third Mo. I'll let you die a painful death. He smiled coldly and released his aura. The martial soul phantom behind him was released. It was actually a blood-red sparrow. Although the martial soul was small, the killing intent it released was not weak at all. However, Old Third Mo was still surprised. The moment he released his terrifying aura, the young man in front of him had already moved. In his eyes, the young man turned into an afterimage and rushed over. What? Old Third Mo was shocked. This young man was indeed strange. He didn't expect his body movement to be so good. Could he be the son of some aristocratic family? Thinking of this, Old Third Mo's expression became even more serious. In his opinion, even a disciple of a large clan would not have any advantage against a martial artist at the first level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Let's capture. Right now, the Spectre sect was in need of new members. This kid was so young, but his movement technique was so good. Perhaps he could become a good talent in the Spectre sect. However, he had just formed this thought, and before he had time to do anything about it. However, the afterimage in his eyes had disappeared. The boy disappeared in front of him. Frightened, he turned his head to look around. Nothing. He was nowhere. He was terrified. He finally understood that he might have encountered trouble he could not afford to offend. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a hand. Her fair but powerful hand grabbed him by the neck. An unknown drug was stuffed into his mouth. Spare me. Young hero, spare me. Old Third Mo shouted in horror. But because his neck was being strangled, his voice was a little distorted and sounded very funny. Ling Xiao threw Old Third Mo to the ground and said with a faint smile, "You wanted to kill me?" No. No. Why would I kill you? I'm Old Third Mo of the Mo clan. I'm here to find the bandits of the Blood Cave Stronghold. Old Third Mo had used the same excuse to deceive many experts who had mistakenly entered this place. He had succeeded almost every time. This time, he planned to use the same trick. He guessed that the young man in front of him was the son of a big force. He was traveling and came here by coincidence. As long as he dealt with it well, he could at least save his life. He did not know that Ling Xiao wanted to kill him the moment he heard that he was from the Mo clan. There was no good in the Mo clan. Not only did they try to kill him, but they were also the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect. He wanted to kill Old Third Mo, but he gave up after thinking about it. Old Third Mo was still useful. Although he had found the lair of the Blood Cave stronghold, he had no idea how to get in. If Old Third Mo led the way, it would be much more convenient. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sneered at Old Third Mo, but you don't have to act in front of me. The Mo clan and the bandits of the Blood Cave stronghold should be the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect, right? No. Old Third Mo did not dare to admit it. If others knew that the Mo clan was the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect, even if the young man in front of him did not kill him, the 8 Immortals Mountain would not forgive them. You still won't admit it? Let me tell you the truth. My name is Ling Xiao. I am one of the 3 people from the 8 Immortals Mountain on a mission. However, the Mo clan seemed to want my life, but unfortunately, they did not succeed. Ling Xiao sneered. The Mo clan's courtyard has been raided by me, and I have also killed all the bandits of the Blood Cave stronghold. Do you think you can fool me with such lies? What? Old Third Mo's heart was filled with shock. When he was dealing with Ling Xiao, he was not present. Instead, he was here guarding the lair. However, he had heard about Ling Xiao. Mo Yuan had told him when he passed by. What was going on? The Chaos Diamond Array could not trap Ling Xiao? 4 beasts could not kill Ling Xiao? This was not good. Are you thinking of sending a message to Mo Yuan? Ling Xiao sneered. I advise you not to think too much. Do you know what the elixir I just gave you was? What? Old Third Mo shuddered. He had been worried about what the elixir was, and the young man had brought it up. That is called the soul-extinguishing elixir. It is a poisonous elixir controlled by soul force. As long as it enters your body, I want you to be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Old Third Mo did not seem to believe it. Ling Xiao chuckled. You don't seem to believe it? Then I will let you try the power of the soul-extinguishing elixir. After saying that, he moved his mind. Old Third Mo suddenly screamed crazily. It was as if his body was being bitten by countless ants. The pain made him want to die. Stop. I will listen to you. I will listen to everything you say. Chapter 2205. Old Third Mo hated Ling Xiao to the core. If he had the chance to cure himself, he would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. But now, he had to endure it. He could not show any dissatisfaction in front of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would not be Ling Xiao who would be dead, but him. Very good. I can see that you're a tactful guy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How many Yin-Yang realm experts are there in your Bloody Cave stronghold? What are they doing? Yes. Old Third Mo was about to answer but was interrupted by Ling Xiao. You'd better not lie. Your lies can't escape my eyes. Old Third Mo felt even more uncertain when he saw Ling Xiao's cold smile. He originally wanted to tell a few lies to fool Ling Xiao, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he did not dare to lie anymore. Lie if you want to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were like those of an eagle as he stared at Old Third Mo. Old Third Mo subconsciously told the truth. For this kind of person, he would betray even the people closest to him for his own life. There are a total of 3 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Patriarch Mo Yuan is at the early stage of Yin-Yang realm's 2nd level of hell. Second brother Mo is at the peak of Yin-Yang realm's 1st level of hell. The 3rd head of the Bloody Cave stronghold is at the late stage of Yin-Yang realm's 1st level of hell. In addition, that idiot Shinchong was tricked into the Bloody Cave stronghold. He should have already sworn to join our Demon Shadow sect. So to be exact, there are 4 people. Old Third Mo answered. Very good. You're not lying. Ling Xiao could confirm that Old Third Mo was not lying. His opponents were stronger than he had imagined. But so what? He had already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm and was many times stronger than before. Even if these people worked together, they would not be his match. It would be great if Shinchong really joined the Demon Shadow sect. It would give him a reason to get rid of Shinchong. This way, if the sect asked him, he would be able to answer. Not only was there no crime in killing the evildoers of the Shadow Devil sect, there was even merit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked at old Third Emo and said, "Let's go. Take me to your Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. If you are obedient, I can give you the antidote. After all, you are a member of the Emo clan. I still want to use you guys to make a deal with Emo Feiyu." When old Third Emo heard Ling Xiao's words, he naturally did not dare to resist. His thinking was simple. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would definitely die when faced with Emo Yuan, second brother Emo, the third master of Bloody Cave Stronghold, and Shun Chang's joint attack. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, he would be able to find the antidote from this guy. Moreover, the Spectre sect had many experts and capable people. He believed that as long as he continued to be loyal to the Spectre sect, even if he couldn't obtain the antidote, there wouldn't be any problems. The detoxification was only a matter of time. "Brat, just you wait. Today, I, Emo Laosan, have fallen into your hands, but don't be happy too early. This trip to the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair will be the day of your death." Although it took a long time to describe, in reality, old Third Mo's brain only worked for a moment. Ling Xiao did not care about what he was thinking at all. Ling Xiao knew very well that old Third Mo would not be honest. However, it did not matter. Once he found the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair, old Third Mo's death would come. "Can we go now?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Of course. My life is now in your hands. What are you worried about?" Old Third Mo stood up. He realized that his body no longer hurt. He reckoned that the soul-destroying corpse pill in his body could really be controlled by Ling Xiao. If possible, it was better to capture this brat alive. Since he dared to poison old Third Mo, he would definitely not let this brat off easily. Old Third Mo walked in front. Ling Xiao followed behind. The two of them walked in the direction of the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. To be honest, Ling Xiao was really glad that he caught old Third Mo, otherwise, it would be really difficult to find the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. This barren mountain was rugged with strange rocks and dense forests. There were many caves. If no one led the way, it would take at least a few days to find the exact location of the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. Ling Xiao did not have that much time to waste. "Young hero, we're here. Do you see the waterfall in front? Behind the waterfall is our second lair in Beifeng Town. It's specially used to raise blood pigs." Old Third Mo suddenly stopped and pointed at a waterfall not far away. "Blood pigs?" Ling Xiao was stunned. This term was new. He had never heard of it before. "Oh, it's the people who provide us with blood. Most of these people are quite strong. We raise them for us to suck their blood." Old Third Mo answered. Hearing old Third Mo's words, Ling Xiao directly opened his Tai Chi eye. Through the waterfall, he saw that there was indeed a cave behind it. The interior had been redesigned. Although it was only a cave, its level of luxury was not inferior to any luxurious mansions. "The people of the Shadow Devil sect are really extravagant," Ling Xiao sneered. "Young hero, you must be joking. We're not considered members of the Shadow Devil sect yet. We're only in the periphery." Old Third Mo shook his head and said, "So young hero, please spare my life. At most, we'll sever our relationship with the Shadow Devil sect." "Periphery? What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Let me put it this way. The Shadow Devil sect actually has very few people. There's only a sect master and 10 elders. They don't have a fixed sect at all. I even suspect that their sect master is a big shot from another force. The sect master directly controls the 10 elders, and the 10 elders will develop their own subordinates. In the process of developing their subordinates, they will use various reasons to do so. For example, they will take in disciples, or let them become deacons in the Shadow Devil sect, or money, or status. They will also use these people's weaknesses to threaten them. In short, there are many reasons, but they're all fake. Other than the sect master and the 10 elders, the rest of the Shadow Devil sect are chess pieces that can be abandoned at any time. You know so clearly, and you're still willing to be their periphery? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It's still driven by benefits. The Shadow Devil sect has built the best future for everyone, capturing the desire in everyone's heart. Moreover, the way to rise is very clear. As long as we do well, We can be promoted all the way from the periphery to the town deacon, county deacon, provincial deacon, chief deacon of a country, and so on. In the end, we can even become an elder and replace the other elders. Old Third Mo explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This shadow devil sect is really powerful. They have such a wide range and so much harm. Ling Xiao originally thought that they were only operating in the Eight Immortals County. He didn't expect that the entire Black Tortoise continent could be the shadow devil sect's nest. They continued to develop their subordinates, spreading like a virus. And the sect master and elders basically never showed up personally. They were extremely cunning. Have you heard of someone called Imo Fengzi? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Chapter 2206. Imo Fengzi? Oh, the deacon of Yuhua Town, right? Of course I know him. We've even met before. Old Third Imo thought for a while and said, but this guy has disappeared for a long time. The Devil Shadow sect felt that something might have happened to him, so they cut off all contact with him. That's good. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a sigh of relief. If Deacon Imo Fengzi was an insignificant deacon of the Devil Shadow sect, then the Devil Shadow sect might not avenge him. Immediately, he became nervous again. The Devil Shadow sect was so powerful that there might be people from the Devil Shadow sect in the Eight Immortal Mountain. He had to be more careful in the future. Just as he was thinking, Old Third Imo suddenly ran towards the waterfall. Ling Xiao knew what he was going to do, but he did not stop him. This Old Third Imo was now under his control. If he wanted him to die, then he wouldn't live to see the end of the night. I once said that as long as you listen to me obediently, you won't die. But what a pity. It seems like you really like to court death. With a thought, the 3-corpse soul extinguishing pill suddenly exploded in Old Third Mo's body. Old Third Mo died on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Before he died, he really regretted not being obedient. If he had been obedient, he wouldn't have been so unlucky. Unfortunately, it was useless for him to regret. Ling Xiao extracted the demonic seed from Old Third Mo's body and burned it. Then, he passed through the waterfall and stepped into the lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold's bandits. Perhaps it was because this place was very hidden, but he didn't see a single guard. Looking inside, he could only see some bandits gulping down wine and eating large chunks of meat. They were having a good time. However, the people that Old Third Imo mentioned were nowhere to be seen. He stood there thinking for a while and felt that something was wrong. But since he was already here, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. As the saying goes, the strong are bold. He, who had just broken through, really wanted to test how much damage he could cause with his current cultivation. Old Third Imo was too weak and was simply not enough. That Imo Yuan, on the other hand, was interesting. He could be a sparring partner for him to hone his martial skills and strengthen his cultivation foundation. When Ling Xiao stepped into the cave, he suddenly discovered that the people who were originally drinking and eating meat were all looking at him with ferocious expressions. The sharp blades in their hands showed that they had been waiting here for a long time. It's impossible for Imo Yuan to know that I'm still alive, so there are only 2 possibilities. First, Old Third Imo must have sent a message to Imo Yuan, but that was unlikely. I was very confident in my Tai Chi. The second possibility is closer to the answer. That is, there is something strange about the waterfall. The moment he crossed the waterfall, the people inside knew that there was an intruder. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao saw Imo Yuan, second brother Imo, the third head of Bloody Cave Stockade, and Shen Chong walking out together. Brat, you're still alive? Seeing Ling Xiao, Shen Chong was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he was very surprised. Perhaps the waterfall's effect was only to know that there was an intruder, but not who it was. Who is he? Imo Yuan asked. He's Ling Xiao. Shen Chong replied, didn't you say that the Origin Vajra formation was absolutely indestructible? How come he still came out alive? Imo Yuan was also very surprised. When he trapped Ling Xiao and Lin Yang, he didn't pay much attention to them. It was just a brat. If he was trapped, so be it. He didn't even bother to know what they looked like. But now, he had to face Ling Xiao seriously. 3 demonic beasts at half-step Yin-Yang realm, level 10, and an early-stage demonic beast at level 1 hell were all killed by you? No, that's impossible. You must have just escaped. You know formations, don't you? Mo Yuan stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Shen Chong and said, the genius of the Shen family, a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, has fallen so low that you're willing to join a shameful organization like the Devil Shadow Sect? Shut up. A wise man submits to circumstances. Shen Chong shouted angrily at Ling Xiao. What do you know? As soon as I joined the Devil Shadow Sect, I received the support of Deacon Mo Yuan. Now, my cultivation has broken through to the late stage of level 1 hell. Do you know how big of an improvement this is for me? You don't understand at all, you insignificant ant. After hearing Shan Chang's words, Ling Xiao roughly understood why the Devil Shadow Sect could brainwash these martial artists. Most martial artists cultivated for nothing more than cultivation, money, and status. The Devil Shadow Sect could give them all. For example, Shen Chong wanted to improve his cultivation wholeheartedly. However, in recent years, his cultivation had been stagnant at the early stage of level 1 hell, unable to improve. When he was anxious, someone would come to help him and let him taste the benefits of improving his cultivation. How could he not be brainwashed? People like Shen Chong were originally people with weak willpower. You can't even resist a little temptation. You're really a piece of trash. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Shen Chong and said, I wonder what you'll do if I capture you alive and send you back to the sect? Ha 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 ha, kid, you're about to die, but you're still so arrogant? How strong can your cultivation be? We have hundreds of people here. Why don't you just join the Devil Shadow Sect? Anyway, there's no point in you joining the 8 Immortal Mountain. Someone will be scheming behind your back, so you won't be able to concentrate on cultivating. If you join the Devil Shadow Sect, we can greatly improve your cultivation. We can also guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. We have brothers and sisters all over the Black Tortoise continent. Mo Yuan's brainwashing soon began. Ling Xiao had to admit that some of what he said was true. If Ling Xiao joined the Devil Shadow Sect now, his cultivation speed would definitely be faster than in the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that this was just a small benefit on the surface. Ling Xiao believed that the Devil Shadow Sect's way of operating was to exploit each level. In the end, the one who benefited the most would be the sect master of the Devil Shadow Sect, the big shot behind him. The lowest level members of the Devil Shadow Sect would probably only be exploited. All right, put away your boring words. Since I dared to come here alone, I'm not afraid of you guys joining hands. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Mo Yuan and said, Guard Mo. This kid is a stone in a latrine pit. He's smelly and hard. It's impossible to win him over. Just kill him. Shen Chong shouted from the side. That's true. This is Fei Yu's order. It's not appropriate to not kill him. Oh right, Shen Chong, you just joined the Devil Shadow Sect. Let's make a declaration first. I'll leave this Ling Xiao to you. Okay? Mo Yuan looked at Shen Chong and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Chapter 2207. You're finally showing your true colors? Fine. I'll get rid of a traitor like you on behalf of the sect today. Looking at Shen Chong's ferocious face, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Shen Chong wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao wanted to kill Shen Chong too. Now that he had a better reason to kill Shen Chong, he wasn't afraid even if the Shen family blamed him. You guys can cheer for young hero Shen. Second brother, third leader. Let's continue drinking and discuss what to do next. Mo Yuan didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had killed the 4 beasts. He only thought that Ling Xiao was an array expert, so he broke the Origin Diamond Array and found this place. As for third brother Mo Yuan didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already killed him and destroyed his corpse. Ling Xiao, when you killed my brother, I couldn't do anything to you with the Lin Ruoxian protecting you. But today, who can save you? Shen Chong looked at Ling Xiao, and his storm martial soul started to howl behind him. After killing Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Yang go. He just needed to make up a story. Anyway, he had Mo Yuan to testify. At that time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the ocean. The Lin family would only think that Ling Xiao had killed Lin Yang and would wipe Yuhua Town off the map. Thinking of this, Shun Chong felt excited and his body couldn't help but tremble. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, so much so that he could betray his sect and work with the Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Chong indifferently, the corner of his mouth raised into a contemptuous sneer. He didn't know what Shen Chong was thinking, but he was probably planning how to kill him in his heart. What a pitiful guy. He didn't know how powerful he was now. Ling Xiao's aura was slowly released from his body, but it was only released to the half-step yin-yang realm level 10. With this cultivation, it was more than enough to kill Shen Chong. Firstly, he did this to hone his own combat skills. Secondly, he did this to make Mo Yuan and the others underestimate him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they all swarmed him. Level 10? No wonder you're so confident and dare to come with me on a mission. It's because your cultivation has increased. But do you really think you can defeat me with this cultivation? Shen Chong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. The speed at which Ling Xiao's cultivation rose had indeed surprised him, but it was also because of this that he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with him in the future. I will tell you, no matter how strong a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator is, it is only the power of the Grotto Heaven realm. It cannot be compared to a true yin-yang realm martial artist. The storm behind Shen Chong became even more ferocious and had already completely enveloped his body. You talk a lot of nonsense. Are you going to kill me or not? Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said impatiently, I know you're powerful. You're the best in the world, and no one can defeat you. But you don't have to show off. You want to die? Fine. Shen Chong was completely enraged by Ling Xiao's indifferent attitude. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao in the past. Now that he had broken through, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to ignore him. How could he tolerate that? Tempest Eagle. Shen Chong's first move was the strongest martial skill he could execute at the moment. His body was wrapped in the wind, like a huge eagle descending from the sky and grabbing at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was like a weak rabbit in front of the huge eagle. He had no strength to resist. As I expected, although this blood-sucking secret skill can quickly increase one's cultivation, it will cause one's true qi to become chaotic and impure. The foundation will be very unstable. Even if one's cultivation has broken through, they will be far weaker than warriors of the same realm. Seeing Shen Chong's attack, Ling Xiao did not have any intention of attacking. He was very interested in the Spectre sect and had some ideas about the secret skill of the Spectre sect. If there were no side effects or negative effects, it was not impossible to get the secret skill. However, Shen Chong's first battle made him realize the huge flaw of the secret skill. He did not care what kind of sorcery it was, but the flaw was too serious. It might be very good in the short term, but in the long run, it would be harmful. However, he still needed to observe it. Shen Chong should have just learned this secret skill. There would be many flaws in the process of using it. It would be good for him to take this opportunity to study it. Perhaps with a little modification, he could create a new set of martial arts cultivation method. He did not move at all, as if he was scared silly. Mo Yuan and the others who were drinking on the other side laughed. The disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain are indeed disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Shen Chong's talent is better than ours. Fortunately, he joined the Spectre sect. Otherwise, he would be a difficult opponent. Mo Lao took a bite of meat and said with a smile, That's right. With this Tempest Eagle, that kid called Ling Xiao should be dead for sure. After killing him, this mission will be considered completed. Next, what we need to do is to continue expanding and let the light of the Spectre sect shine on the entire Black Tortoise continent. Mo Yuan also laughed excitedly. He was fantasizing about a future full of hope. As long as he could develop enough subordinates, he would be able to obtain more benefits from the hands of the higher-ups. Not only money and power, but also the continuous improvement of his cultivation. He was not willing to stay as the guard of this small North Peak town. He wanted to be a higher official and earn more money. He also wanted the Mo family to become one of the top families in the Black Tortoise continent. No one else could help him achieve this ambition. Only the Spectre sect could do it. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shen Chong. When Shen Chong's attack was less than a foot away from him, his figure suddenly retreated like a shooting star across the night sky. In an instant, the distance between them was more than 10 meters. In fact, Shen Chong's speed was not slow. Especially after activating the Tempest martial soul, his speed was much faster than ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation. However, it was a pity that he met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the absolute nemesis of almost all speed-type martial artists. Even if he did not use the movement techniques that he was good at, he could still easily dodge his opponent's attack with the moonlight meteor steps that he had just mastered. Shen Chong's attack landed heavily on the ground, causing the cave to shake and a deep hole to appear in the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was 10 meters away, in shock. He could not believe his eyes. He was full of confidence in his attack just now, but in the end, he actually hit empty air. How is this possible? Your aim doesn't seem to be good. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Chong with contempt and laughed. Moonlight meteor steps. You've only joined the sect for 3 days. How could you have learned the moonlight meteor steps? How did you learn it? Chapter 2208. Shen Chong could not understand. This moon-treading meteor steps was one of the most difficult low-level jade-grade martial skills in the sect. Even Mo Feiyu had to spend a whole year to reach the great perfection stage. But Ling Xiao had mastered it so well in just 3 days? Was he still human? Shen Chong's heart was filled with terror. No, this must be a joke. Why would I be afraid of a useless martial artist from a small town? His movement technique was good, but this was a cave with limited space. With so many bandits helping him, it was easy to shrink the space. Ling Xiao must have relied on his movement technique because his attack was not as good as his. That way, he would still have the upper hand. It seems that the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain are not bad. Ling Xiao has just joined the sect, and he already knows such a powerful movement technique. I wonder if there are any disciples from the 8 Immortal Mountain in the Spectre sect who can get us some good martial arts. Mo Yuan was unhappy when he saw that Ling Xiao had dodged Shen Chong's attack. He stood up and shouted, "Surround him. Don't give him any space to dodge. I don't believe that this rat can escape." Ha ha ha, big brother, your description is really accurate. That kid is really like a rat. He only knows how to dodge. Mo Lauer laughed loudly, but soon, he could not laugh anymore. Ling Xiao began to kill. Although the moon-stepping meteor steps was a pure movement technique, when used by Ling Xiao, coupled with his terrifying mystic world physique, none of the bandits who came into contact with him could survive. After all, these bandits' cultivation was relatively low. None of them had reached the Yin-Yang realm. To Ling Xiao, they were easy targets to kill. Starlight flashed and the cold moon shone. There were hundreds of bandits in the cave, and dozens of them died in an instant. Every time he killed someone, Ling Xiao still had the time to extract the demon seed from their bodies. Shen Chong was about to hit him every time, but he realized that Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Shen Chong, are you doing this on purpose? That kid is killing our people. Why aren't you killing him? Mo Yuan was furious. He roared madly. In his opinion, it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too powerful, but that Shen Chong was deliberately creating opportunities for Ling Xiao. This thought infuriated him to no end. Second brother, third head, the two of you, go and kill that brat Shen Chong for me. This guy said that he wanted to join the Devil Shadow sect and even got some benefits. But now, he's flirting with that Ling Xiao. This is really pissing me off. Mo Yuan ordered. Yes. Mo Lauer and the third master of the Bloody Cave stronghold rushed towards Shen Chong. Mo Yuan charged towards Ling Xiao. He believed that as long as he personally took action, Ling Xiao would have no chance of escaping. This brat must die. In midair, Mo Yuan saw Ling Xiao suddenly smile at him. Guardian Mo, do you know what's the situation in the Mo clan's courtyard? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. While he was asking, Mo Lauer and the third master of the Bloody Cave stronghold had already surrounded Shen Chong and started fighting. What? Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. Unfortunately, it was this momentary daze that caused Ling Xiao to disappear from his sight. He hurriedly prepared his defense. afraid that Ling Xiao would sneak over and attack. But at this moment, 3 screams were heard almost at the same time. When Mo Yuan opened his eyes, he only saw a dazzling starlight. Then, 3 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. Xin Chong, Mo Lauer, and the 3rd master of the Bloody Cave stronghold had their throats pierced by a sword at the same time. All 3 of them had been killed. Ling Xiao held the iron sword in his hand and released the aura of a Yin-Yang realm warrior. At this moment, Mo Yuan finally understood. Ling Xiao had been pretending to be weak all this time. The reason why this brat pretended to have a low cultivation level was so that he could kill those 3 people in one go. With such a cunning mind, was he really just a young man? Mo Yuan glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and could not believe his eyes. Everything had happened so suddenly that he still couldn't wrap his head around it. The remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold, who had been slaughtered, were all trembling madly. Only now did they understand that this youth who seemed to be suppressed by Xin Chong was actually such a terrifying person. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the bandits all started to flee outside. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He could not let anyone know that he had killed Xin Chong here. So these people had to die. As for the matter of Xin Chong joining the Demon Shadow sect, he did not need to find any witnesses to prove it. Xin Chong already had a demon seed in his body. This was the best evidence, and no one could deny it. 1 sword, 3 lives. Brat, we really underestimated you. Mo Yuan looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Anger, shock, confusion. All kinds of complicated emotions were brewing in his body. He wanted to attack and kill Ling Xiao immediately. But when he thought of how Ling Xiao had killed Xin Chong, Mo Lauer, and the 3rd head of the Bloody Cave stronghold, he did not dare to be so impulsive. This brat is not easy to deal with. I have to be careful. He secretly warned himself. It's okay. I'm used to being underestimated. Ling Xiao said calmly, after killing them, it's your turn. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. To prevent Mo Feiyu from attacking Yuhua Town, I have to capture you alive until I kill Mo Feiyu. Brat, don't be too proud. You might have a chance of winning if we fight to the death, but you want to capture me alive? Then you're dead meat. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. Ling Xiao, this idiot, actually wanted to capture him alive. This meant that he could not attack with all his strength, but he could attack with all his strength without any scruples. This way, he would have the advantage. Is that so? You were also so confident when you trapped me in the Origin Vajra formation. Unfortunately, I didn't die, but your Mo clan was destroyed by me. Ling Xiao said contemptuously, you and your son Mo Feiyu have made an unforgivable mistake, which is to offend me. I'm a cruel and merciless person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You really killed the people of the Mo clan? Previously, Mo Yuan did not believe what Ling Xiao said. He thought that Ling Xiao deliberately made up a lie to distract him. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not have to do that, but he still said that. Could it be true? Of course it's true. A cold voice came from outside the cave. It was Lin Yang. Boss Xiao, it's all settled. This is really shocking. The Mo clan, from the adults to the children, are all members of the Devil Shadow sect. They all have devil seeds in their bodies, and each of them has at least 1 life. This is a filthy clan. I was a little soft-hearted at first, but after seeing this, I have no sympathy at all. Chapter 2209. Lin Yang glanced casually at Shun Chang's corpse on the ground and was secretly surprised. Boss is indeed powerful. It seems that the 3 corpses on the ground were killed by the same sword. He killed 3 Yin-Yang realm martial artists with 1 strike. This strength is probably at the top of the 8 lower immortals. It shouldn't be wrong to follow him. Lin Yang already had no other way out. He had killed the remaining members of the Mo clan, which meant that he had become Ling Xiao's accomplice. The 2 of them were now in the same boat. Neither of them could stay out of this. Now that Lin Yang had discovered Ling Xiao's strength, his decision to follow Ling Xiao became even more firm. Bastard! Bastard! I'll kill you all. Kill you all. Mo Yuan suddenly went berserk. Perhaps the death of his family had stimulated him, causing his original calmness to vanish. The trace of fear he had for Ling Xiao also disappeared instantly. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill Lin Yang. His aura began to rise crazily, and he became extremely powerful. At this moment, he had no intention of holding back. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his life. This is more interesting. Otherwise, you really don't deserve to be my opponent. Seeing Imo Yuan's performance, Ling Xiao was excited. Whether it was Shen Chong, second brother Imo, or the third head of the Bloody Cave stronghold, none of them could make him use his full strength. He didn't even use 60% of his strength. This Imo Yuan could probably make him use 80% of his strength. In this world, no one could make him use 100% of his strength. Even before reincarnating, when he had turned into a demon, he had kept his secret and retained 10% of his strength. He hoped that he would be able to meet such an opponent in the future. That would raise his fighting spirit and make him more excited. Ling Xiao, I've never hated a person so much. You killed my brother and destroyed my family. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Imo Yuan roared. The armor on his body shattered. His meridian seemed to be bleeding because he had used too much strength. Looks like this guy really wants to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Die, Ling Xiao. Jade intermediate grade martial skill, Blood Fong. In that instant, Imo Yuan seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. The blood-red sparrow martial soul behind him also became extremely strange. It clearly had the body of a bird, but its mouth had sharp fangs. It was the roar of a wild beast. Inside the cave, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was extremely chaotic. Under Imo Yuan's violent killing intent, the air in the cave seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. In the air, Imo Yuan's hands were as sharp as the fangs of a monster. This attack is not bad. It's really strong. It's a pity that your aptitude is too poor. You've only cultivated it to the small success stage. Ling Xiao stood there with a cold smile on his face. Imo Yuan's battle skills were truly very strong. However, it was a pity that his mastery was too poor. Therefore, the power that he could unleash was also very poor. Moonlight Meteor Step. This time, Ling Xiao executed the Moonlight Meteor Step. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. In that instant, his speed increased to the extreme. Without using any martial skills, he only used the Moonlight Meteor Step speed to punch Imo Yuan's blood-red fangs. After a loud explosion, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, like a god descending from the heavens. Lin Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. Is this Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's true strength. No wonder Sister Ruoxian personally invited him to join the 8 Immortal Mountain. This person is really too terrifying. Clang. On the other hand, Imo Yuan's huge body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the cave wall, creating a deep hole. However, Imo Yuan wasn't seriously injured. At this moment, he had already entered a berserk state. In this state, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Moreover, he wouldn't feel pain, let alone think. He didn't know what it meant to be sent flying by Ling Xiao's ordinary punch. He jumped up once again. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if he was preparing for an even stronger move. I said before that I will capture you alive. I won't let you die. Ling Xiao beckoned Imo Yuan with his finger and said, Come, let me see what kind of stronger moves you, Devil Shadow Sect, have. He wanted to know more about the Devil Shadow Sect. If he only killed Imo Fengzi, perhaps the Devil Shadow Sect wouldn't have noticed him. However, from today onwards, the Devil Shadow Sect would definitely not ignore his existence. 2 city guards were killed by him. The Devil Shadow Sect would definitely treat him as a thorn in their side. Thus, he needed to know more about the Devil Shadow Sect. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. This Imo Yuan was just a mere city guard, yet he knew a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. It seemed that the Devil Shadow Sect was really generous. The opponents he would encounter in the future would probably be even stronger. The possibility of them using the same martial skill would also be greater. If he knew more now, it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Lin Yang looked at this scene in a daze. He simply couldn't use words to describe his shock. One had to know that Mo Yuan was an early stage in Yang Realm's second-level hell. What was going on? Ling Xiao could actually suppress him so easily? That's right. Big Sister Ruoxian said that Ling Xiao was a reincarnation realm martial artist. Every time a reincarnated martial artist cultivation level increased by 1 level, the increase would be twice that of an ordinary martial artist. However, this wasn't right, even if it was twice as much. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage in Yang Realm first-level hell. He still couldn't be Mo Yuan's match. What was going on? Of course, Lin Yang didn't know. Ling Xiao's increase in cultivation by 1 level was 10 times that of a normal martial artist. Moreover, Mo Yuan was far weaker than most Yang Realm martial artists at the second level of the hell. Because his cultivation method was rather strange, his foundation was unstable, and his essence force wasn't pure enough. In fact, it was already not bad for him to be able to display the strength of a Yin-Yang Realm first-level hell. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to crush him so easily. To Ling Xiao, an opponent like Mo Yuan could only be a sparring partner. Do you know the true power of a mid-jade martial skill? I'll let you see it today. Sensing Mo Yuan's increasing strength, Ling Xiao knew that this might be Mo Yuan's last attack. Since he had obtained all the information he wanted, it was time to defeat this person. He said that he wanted to capture Mo Yuan alive, so he had to defeat Mo Yuan quickly to prevent him from committing suicide. This was a very good hostage. Even if Mo Feiyu was a lunatic, he couldn't possibly not care about his father's life, right? The blood-red glow on Mo Yuan's body became denser and denser. He had almost turned into a strange blood-red bird. He was completely possessed by the martial soul and became extremely ferocious. However, the power of this attack had also reached its peak. Chapter 22:10. On Ling Xiao's side, the metal sword was wrapped in a thick layer of earth element, as if it had turned into a heavy rod. The rod was so heavy that it could shatter the ground just by gently placing it on the ground. This was Ling Xiao's second time using the meteor sword technique, but he was obviously more adept at it than the first time. Ling Xiao could feel that when he was using the meteor sword technique, the power of earth in his body was circulating as well. From the ground, energy continued to flow into his strange sword. The shadow in the jade bracelet is made up of earth element. It seems like it's good at earth element attacks. That's why the meteor sword technique is the same. In this way, my meteor sword technique is much more powerful than the average mid-jade martial arts technique. With the power of earth and the power of earth, it's definitely a force to be reckoned with among the mid-jade martial arts techniques. As he thought about it, his hands did not stop moving. The yellow light covered his entire body as if he had become one with the earth. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into the real Buddha god. Other than his appearance, his aura made people respect and fear him. Lin Yang even knelt on one knee as he looked up at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship and madness. This was a true genius, and this was the person he should follow. Mo Feiyu? Lin Ruoxian? He was not worthy. On the other hand, Mo Yuan could feel the terrifying aura coming from Ling Xiao, but he had lost the ability to think calmly. In his frenzied state, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he did not mind dying. Mo Yuan had turned into a blood-red sparrow, but the sparrow was too big, and there were blood-red fangs in its mouth. Kill! He roared as he charged at Ling Xiao. His entire body was filled with a ferocious aura. Die! 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 You bastard! Soaring blood sparrow. Even now, you still can't tell who's stronger and who's weaker. That's all you've got. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Yuan coldly. The strange sword that was placed vertically on the ground was slowly lifted up, pointing at Mo Yuan. The first style of meteor sword art, fall. Do you know what a true mid-grade jade martial skill is? That's more like it. It was like the roar of the earth. Ling Xiao thrusted out the huge yellow sword in his hand with a loud rumble. He neither dodged nor retreated, and directly collided with Mo Yuan's attack. If he wanted to kill Mo Yuan, Ling Xiao wouldn't do it this way. He would use a more energy-efficient method. However, If he wanted to capture Mo Yuan alive and prevent him from committing suicide, he would have to beat him until he lost the ability to move on his own. Originally, Ling Xiao's meteor sword art had already been cultivated to the great perfection stage, which was much better than his opponent's mid-grade jade-grade martial skill. Coupled with the combination of the power of earth and the power of the earth, not to mention a mere Mo Yuan, even an existence stronger than Mo Yuan would not be willing to take this attack head-on. Poor Mo Yuan. His powerful attack couldn't block Ling Xiao's sword light at all. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was easily torn apart. Ling Xiao's sword light hit Mo Yuan's body accurately and sent him flying. At this moment, Mo Yuan finally came to his senses. He looked at the attack that he had risked his life to release in dismay and despair. It was actually so easily broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it was real. The strength of the young man in front of him was already beyond his imagination. Impossible. Impossible. This is the powerful mid-grade jade-grade martial skill that the Spectre sect gave me. Even if it's also a mid-grade jade-grade martial skill, he can't beat me so easily. Why? Why? This was Mo Yuan's last thought before he fainted. His body was heavily slammed into the wall of the cave. His limbs were hanging there, and his head was also hanging down. Although he didn't die, he had completely lost his ability to move. Ling Xiao used a seal to trap Mo Yuan and threw him into his beast ring. It was originally used to store demonic beasts. He wouldn't die if he was thrown into it. Mo Yuan was an important bargaining chip, so he couldn't die for now. Relying on this bargaining chip, he could negotiate with Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu wasn't someone he could deal with now, but that might not be the case in the future. In this battle, Ling Xiao captured Mo Yuan alive without any injuries. Even though Mo Yuan used all his strength and even entered a berserk state, he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Lin Yong, who was standing at the side, could feel the despair. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. I'm afraid even Sister Ruoxian didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such terrifying potential when she recruited Ling Xiao into the Eight Immortals Mountain. I really want to show her. Lin Yong stood at the side in shock. Seeing Ling Xiao capture Mo Yuan alive, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lin Yong, go and release those people who are trapped. Our mission this time is complete. We can go back and report. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and said, Yes, boss. Lin Yong subconsciously treated Ling Xiao as his boss, just like what Chen He did back then. In the beginning, they all looked down on Ling Xiao. Out of helplessness, they pretended to be polite to Ling Xiao. But after seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and generosity, they were finally willing to be his underlings. After Lin Yong left, Ling Xiao began to clean up the battlefield. Mo Yuan, Shin Chong, second brother Mo, third brother Mo, and third brother Mo all had storage rings on them. In total, there were nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't have many spirit stones on him, so he put them in the storage rings to use. In addition to the spirit stones, he also found a handwritten book in Mo Yuan's storage ring. On it was written vampiric demonic art. He looked at it briefly and burned it. This was obviously the so-called mid-grade jade martial art that the Spectre sect used to bewitch martial artists. But in fact, Ling Xiao found that this so-called vampiric demonic art was extremely crude. It should be a crude version of some martial art that evolved from some kind of martial art. It didn't have much meaning. He didn't need it. Ling Xiao was not very satisfied with this matter, but he found a heavy sword in the storage ring of the Blood Cave Stronghold's third boss, which made him very happy. The sword was completely black and probably weighed more than 10,000 pounds. There was no attribute requirement. It was a fine-grade spirit weapon. A weapon of this grade was naturally much better than the iron sword he used before. Chapter 22:11. No matter what, this iron sword had been with Ling Xiao for some time. Now that they were going to part ways, he had to give it a good home. The scenery here was beautiful. It might be a good idea to let it rest here forever. In addition, he also found many low-quality yin-yang elemental energy pills in Shan Chang's storage ring. He looked down on this kind of yin-yang elemental energy pill. But to most of the warriors in the Eight Immortal City, this was still an extremely precious item. There were a total of about 20 pills. Ling Xiao planned to give them to others. Lin Yang, Qin He, and Feng Ru should also give some to them. Lin Yang and Qin He were both his underlings. As the boss, he couldn't possibly want the horse to run and not feed the horse. This kind of medicinal pill that he looked down on as a gift was more than suitable. That was about all the things in the storage ring. Of course, Ling Xiao's gains this time were more than that. Not only did he kill Shin Chong, who had always wanted to harm him, but he also obtained hundreds of demonic seeds, which were very beneficial to his cultivation. Also, he took in Lin Yang as a subordinate and found out some things about the Phantom Sect. What is this? Just as Ling Xiao was about to burn these corpses and leave the cave, he suddenly found a piece of paper in second brother Mo's underwear. He took out the paper and began to read what was written on it. It did not matter if he did not read it, but when he read it, he was shocked. There was a lot of content on the paper, but there was only one general meaning, which was that the Phantom Sect would hold a terrifying, blood-sucking sacrifice in the Eight Immortal City. At that time, the entire Eight Immortal City would become hell. Although Ling Xiao did not have any feelings for the Eight Immortal City, in his opinion, every blade of grass and every tree in the Black Tortoise mainland would belong to him, Ling Xiao, in the future. If his heavenly empire wanted to occupy the Black Tortoise mainland, he would definitely not allow the Phantom Sect to exist. And the horror of the blood-sucking sacrifice could be seen from the cruelty of the Blood Cave Village bandits. Unfortunately, there was no time limit. However, it wouldn't be too early. After all, with the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, it wouldn't be easy for the Ghost Shadow Sect to sacrifice the Eight Immortal City. Even so, he had to work even harder in his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be of any help and might even be sucked dry by the Shadow Devil Sect. After all, he had already killed 2 of the Demon Shadow Sect city guards. The Demon Shadow Sect wouldn't leave him alone. No matter what the reason was, the enmity between him and the Devil Shadow Sect was irreconcilable. Therefore, if the Shadow Devil Sect didn't die, then he would die. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he could only desperately raise his cultivation and destroy the Shadow Devil Sect. While he was thinking about this, Lin Yang had already rescued all the captured cultivators. Most of these martial artists were quite strong, and there were even martial artists at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Most of them were unaffiliated martial artists without any background. After they were captured by the Demon Shadow Sect, no one came to find them. Ling Xiao rejoiced in his heart. The Ling family of Yuhua Town was relatively weak now. If he could hand these people over to Ling Jiaojiao, the Ling family's strength would increase greatly. They wouldn't even have to fear Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the loyalty of these people for now, so Ling Xiao controlled them with the life and death illusion powder. He first returned to Yuhua Town and handed these people over to Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao also checked on the current situation of Yuhua Town. Yuhua Town's current situation could be said to be thriving. In the past, because the 2 families opposed each other, there was always internal strife, resulting in all kinds of conflicts. No one focused on the development of the town. Now, it was different. The Ling family was the dominant family, and the town was developing very well. The martial artist cultivation improved very quickly. The Ling family now had 3 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. They were Ling Yuhua, Old He, and the Elder on duty. Ling Yuhua's cultivation was the strongest, and he was already at the peak of the first level of the Hell. Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation had also reached the half-step Yin-Yang realm. The only person that Ling Xiao was worried about was Ling Yin. He heard from Ling Jiaojiao that one day, Ling Yin suddenly left a letter and then disappeared. The letter didn't mention what happened, but it shouldn't be a small matter. However, Ling Yin didn't say anything. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to help, he couldn't. He could only pray for Ling Yin in his heart for now. After settling the hundreds of people he brought, Ling Xiao checked the Ling family's defensive formation and used the recently obtained materials to strengthen it. Then, he set up a formation outside the entire Yuhua town. It was also a defensive formation, and it had the effect of confusing the enemy. Once someone tried to harm Yuhua town, the formation would be activated, forming a maze-like place within a 100-mile radius of Yuhua town to delay the enemy. This way, Ling Xiao would be able to know in time and come back to help. No matter what, he had offended Mo Feiyu, so he had to be careful. If that guy didn't even care about his father's life for revenge, he would definitely come to destroy Yuhua Town. This was also a precaution. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang embarked on the journey back to Eight Immortal Mountain. Of course, they rode the Imperial Wind Eagle back. Although the Imperial Wind Eagle belonged to the Shin family, Ling Xiao had no problem taming such a small bird. The Imperial Wind Eagle didn't enter the Eight Immortal County. Instead, it went directly to the foot of Eight Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao used the teleportation formation that he set up previously to return to the foot of Black Immortal Mountain. Then, he parted ways with Lin Yang and returned to their own mountains. When Ling Xiao returned to Black Immortal Mountain, Feng Ru was already burning with anxiety. Ling Xiao, how dare you come back? Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Ling Xiao asked in return. Feng Ru sighed and said, what you did in Beifeng Town has already been reported back by spies. The entire sect knows about it. You actually destroyed the Mo family. Not to mention what the sect will do to you. Even Mo Feiyu won't let you go. Looking at Feng Ru's anxious look, Ling Xiao laughed instead. It was really good to have such a sister who cared about him and worried about him. You're still laughing? Feng Ru stomped her feet. She was about to die from anxiety. All these years, it wasn't easy to have a junior brother that she could talk to. She didn't expect him to die so soon. How could she not be anxious? Senior sister, actually, you don't have to worry. It's true that I destroyed the Mo family, but didn't the spy say why I did that? Ling Xiao asked. No, the spy only said that the Mo family was destroyed by you. He didn't mention anything else. Feng Ru shook her head and said, then he really deserves to die. I'm afraid this person is also a spy of the Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao was very sure that this so-called spy had probably been tamed by the Devil Shadow sect. What Devil Shadow sect? What spy? Chapter 22:12. Feng Ru had no idea what the Devil Shadow sect was. Ling Xiao was about to answer her when suddenly, a strong murderous aura came from outside the mountain. Haha, Mo Feiyu is really fast. This guy really doesn't care about the Eight Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao smiled and looked indifferent. But to be honest, he was still quite nervous. Although he had a hostage in his hands and believed that Mo Feiyu could not do anything to him, he would not dare to do anything to him. But Mo Feiyu's crazy personality was not easy to predict. Just as Ling Xiao was hesitating whether to hide first, another aura also arrived. It was Lin Ruoxian. With Lin Ruoxian around, Mo Feiyu should not be able to do anything. Besides Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian, there was a third aura. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. He had never seen this Mountain Master ever since he joined the Eight Immortal Mountain. But he was sure that his cultivation was definitely stronger than Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian. Because according to the Eight Immortal Mountain's rules, to become the Mountain Master, one must first be a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals. Greetings, Mountain Master. Sure enough, when she saw the third person, Feng Ru hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao also bowed. After all, he had joined the Black Immortal Mountain and would be working under someone else in the future. This was the basic etiquette. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain did not look old. He was probably in his 30s. He was dressed in black and always wore a black mask. Only his black eyes could be seen. He had a mysterious aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao, you destroyed my Mo family. I'll make you pay with your blood. When Mo Feiyu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes were scarlet red and he attacked in anger. Today, the three of them came together under the orders of the sect. Their main purpose was to investigate what happened in Beifeng Town. Why did Ling Xiao destroy the entire Mo clan? However, Mo Feiyu did not care about the investigation. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who destroyed the Mo family. He only needed to kill Ling Xiao. However, the moment he made a move, he was stopped by Lin Ruoxian. Mo Feiyu, I know how you feel about your Mo clan being destroyed. But if you want to kill him, you have to clarify things first before making a decision. I won't agree to such a muddle-headed decision. The reason why Lin Ruoxian helped Ling Xiao so much was because of Lin Yang. In fact, after Lin Yang parted ways with Ling Xiao, he went to look for Lin Ruoxian and briefly explained the situation. That was why Lin Ruoxian volunteered to join the investigation. She and Mo Feiyu were both geniuses at the same level, and the sect was a little lenient towards them. Therefore, the sect would naturally agree to her request. Ling Xiao, tell me, did you kill my entire Mo clan? Mo Feiyu asked fiercely. If you're a man, you have to admit what you've done. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Your Mo family was indeed destroyed by me. However, it's not necessarily true that your entire Mo family is dead. What do you mean? Mo Feiyu was stunned. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. Ling Xiao was obviously implying something. Senior brother Mo should know very well what I mean. There's no need to explain. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Lin Ruoxian and the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. It's good that you're all here. This time, I went out to carry out a mission and discovered something incredible. I was just about to report it to the sect. What is it? The Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and Lin Ruoxian asked almost simultaneously. Mo Feiyu was still thinking about the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. I went to North Peak Town to carry out a mission to exterminate the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave Stronghold. Unexpectedly, I discovered that the Bloody Cave Stronghold was only a small force under the Demon Shadow Sect. The entire Mo clan had been absorbed by the Demon Shadow Sect. The most terrifying thing was that even senior brother Shinchong had joined the Demon Shadow Sect after meeting Mo Yuan. He even tried to kill me and Lin Yang. However, we were lucky and benefited from the disaster. We had a breakthrough in our cultivation and killed him instead. Not only did we exterminate the pests of the Demon Shadow Sect, but we also killed the traitor Shinchong. Slandering. There's no evidence. You can say whatever you want now. And what kind of force is the Demon Shadow Sect? Why have we never heard of it? Before Ling Xiao could finish, Mo Feiyu roared. He felt that Ling Xiao was smearing the faces of his dead Mo clan members. I know about the Demon Shadow Sect. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord sighed and said, it was originally just a scab. I didn't expect it to spread to the 8 Immortals County. The higher-ups have all heard of the Demon Shadow Sect, but they didn't mention it because they didn't want the disciples to be in chaos. This sect's goal is to bewitch martial artists. They've done many outrageous things in other places. They've long been blacklisted by the Chun Country sections. There really is an organization like the Demon Shadow Sect. Lin Ruoxian was stunned. As a disciple of the 8 Immortals, he didn't know about it. It seemed that the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't pay much attention to the Demon Shadow Sect. Even if there is such a sect, where's the evidence? Mo Feiyu was still fixated on evidence. Ling Xiao sighed and said, this is such a big matter. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Of course, there's evidence. And there's more than one. First, this is a piece of memory metal. This piece of memory metal faithfully recorded everything I encountered in North Peak Town. Although he said this, he knew very well that the contents of this piece of memory metal had been deleted. The information about his breakthrough in cultivation and the method to break through the Chaos Diamond Array were all kept secret. There was no way to tamper with it. It could only be deleted. The reason why memory metal was considered the most faithful evidence to restore the truth was because it couldn't be tampered with. It could only be deleted, not tampered with. However, the content that he deleted was unimportant and would not affect the truth of the matter. The memory metal released a golden energy and began to play images and sounds in the sky. After seeing this, Mo Feiyu fell silent. He was even a little shocked. It seemed that he didn't know anything about the Mo family joining the Demon Shadow Sect. This time, he had been tricked by the Mo family. Ling Xiao, you've done very well. With this, not only are you not guilty, but you've also made a great contribution. I think you've successfully completed the mission of this entrance examination, Lin Ruoxian said with a smile. In his opinion, those people from the Mo family deserve to die. Although Ling Xiao was a little cruel, no one would be merciful after being schemed against like that. Moreover, the Mo family had actually raised martial artists like pigs. This kind of behavior was completely against martial ethics and could not be tolerated in the entire mystic world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.